Good evening, everyone. A beautiful night. And we are here for the regular council meeting on Thursday, September 12th, 2024. And I don't believe we have any additions other than if council has something they'd like to add. And seeing no hands in the air, I'll call for adoption of tonight's agenda. But before we do that, I just want to state for council that the mayor, the reason I'm in the seat tonight, the mayor is away with leave. And I was remiss in stating that on Tuesday at the Committee of the Whole. So I've asked staff to add that to the Committee of the Whole minutes that will come forward in the future, just so that council, you're aware of that. Okay, so we'll call for adoption. Moved by Councillor Almeida, seconded by Councillor Southcott. All in favor? We have adoption. And now we adopt the minutes of the special council meeting held on July 30th, 2024.
Sure. Before we get to minutes, are we going to do any announcements?
Oh, before we do that, yes, you're right. Not having done this for some time. We do have possible announcements, and Councillor Almeida, do you have one?
I have a couple, I guess. I'll start off with some upcoming events for those that are unaware. This coming weekend, Saturday, Sunday, is our annual Fall Fair. It is a week earlier than in the past, but it will be up at the Farmers Market grounds down in Paradise Valley over there off of Paget Road. It is 12 to 5 Saturday and Sunday. So come on out. The Farmers Market will be operating at the same time, but a lot of local youth and other participants will be showing their wares, their creations, their home baked goods, and other treats as well. So I will be there with the family. Hope you guys can make it out. And next weekend is our Kings Home Opener. They're on the road this weekend, but next weekend is the Home Opener, Friday, Saturday. And I believe everyone who attends the game on Friday gets a coupon for a free small Panago pizza as well. So come on out and support the Kings.
Thank you very much, Councillor Almeida. Councillor Isakson.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of announcements. One not an event related, but I know we have two residents of the region who have received or are about to be bestowed with the King Charles III Coronation Medal. So former Mayor Stuart Alsgard will be receiving his from MLA Nicholas Simons tomorrow, and Dr. Evan Adams for his contribution in leading contributing and leading Indigenous public health organizations and amplifying Indigenous voices, received his previously this year. So congratulations to both of them. Tery Fox run this Sunday, and encourage everyone to come out, raise money for cancer research, but also make time for the Fall Fair. So you make sure that you can do both. There's a number of annual general meetings for nonprofits coming up in town. I know like Lift and Community Justice have their AGMs coming up. And so if you've got spare time and want to contribute to the positive future of the community, definitely consider joining a board of directors and attend an AGM, get to know these organizations. An announcement that the Community Resource Center's hours are changed temporarily. They've been recently Monday to Friday, 12 to 4, but are going to be Monday to Thursday, 12 to 4 for the next little bit. And then coming up before the next meeting of council is the 3 Years Film Festival, which is at the Patricia in alignment with the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And that's the last weekend of September. I believe it starts on Thursday and goes until the next Tuesday. So it's got, I think there's 5 days of films and they're all free. So, or you can make a donation. And that's at the Patricia Theatre. And then the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is September 30th. There will be a flag raising at City Hall at 10 a.m. that the public is welcome to, featuring drumming and folks from Tla'amin Nation, the City of Powell River, the School District, the Regional District, and Tla'amin Elders. And there's also a walk starting from the old hospital site at T-Squat at 2 p.m. and traveling to Willingdon Beach, Ajumuh. And there'll be remarks down there when they arrive. So that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Isakson. Councillor Doubt.
Oh, nothing to add.
Thank you. Councillor Stelka.
Likewise, it's all been covered.
Have a long agenda. Appreciate it. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make sure everybody out there knows that your council is going to be going to UBCM 2024 next week in Vancouver. And we have a busy schedule of events, including meetings with 2 ministers on our docket. And so if you want to get the ear of your favorite councillor, what have you, before we go, and make sure that they have your issues front of mind before they head off to UBCM, I think you should do that before Sunday. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. And I have one sad announcement to make, and I guess it's been a little while since our ex-councillor, before my time 16 years ago, was serving for the city of Powell River by the name of Mr. Bob Astrop. And I'm sure many of our residents that have been here a while remember Bob. He was not only a city councillor, but he was a mentor to many that filled the seats here. He was very well respected. And I just wanted to mention that how much we appreciated his service, and our hearts go out to his family. We've lost a very good man and a citizen of this community. Thank you for that. And we move on tonight's agenda and ask for adoption of the minutes of the council meeting held on July 30th. Isakson.
I can move adoption of those minutes as well as adoption of the special council meeting held July 9th.
That would be nice. So moved and seconded by Councillor Southcott. Any comments, concerns? Hearing none. All in favor? Thank you very much. In terms of delegations, first up tonight, we have Mr. Jim Agius of Agius Builders and Ocean Van Salmon. Sorry for the pronunciation, of inclusion regarding zoning amendment 124. Mr. Agius and Ms. Samang, I'll let you pronounce that name to clarify that. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, thank you for hearing us. I'm Jim Agius, and this is Ocean Van Samang. She is the CEO of Inclusion Powell River. So we are here again to reiterate what we presented on July 30th council meeting in regards to our zoning amendment 124. I hope you have the letter that I left for you. I brought copies if you didn't. And it's imperative to us that these conditions be met for this zoning, or this project will not move forward. One of the things I did.
Mr. Agius, can you distribute those letters while
Sure
you're talking, so that we can peruse that as well at the same time? I think we have an electronic copy, but it's nice to have a hard copy.
You bet. Thank you. One item I didn't reiterate last July 30th meeting was that in regards to costs and affordable housing. So building a home with a suite, current square foot building cost in Powell River is around $300 a square foot. You imagine the size of a suite. So we talked last July 30th about us building homes for under that $500,000 mark, which didn't include GST, because unfortunately the tax is another thing on that. That's another $25,000 on a $500,000 home. A suite's going to cost another $200,000. These are brand new homes. They're not renovations. They're not a home that have space. You have to build a home, say 1,200 square feet, which is not a big home, add another 500 or 600 square feet. And now we're building homes in the $700,000 range. Tell me how that's affordable. Young people, especially young people coming to town with careers, struggle getting mortgages. And the difference between affording a $500,000 home and a $700,000 home is huge. It's unaffordable. We've already seen that in our Edge Hill Crescent subdivision. That's why we're kind of sticking to building homes that are in that $500,000 range. So I just want to reiterate again that it's really imperative for us to have these conditions removed from this application. And further to that, I will once again introduce you to Ocean Van Samang.
Thanks, everyone. We just wanted to briefly mention, I wanted to reiterate what our board president had spoken about on July 30th, and that's why it's important for inclusion to be able to be a part of this build. And part of that is that when our for-profit arm of our business is able to participate, this helps to supplement where we are feeling some of the hits that are coming to not-for-profits. So we just had another substantial cut from our major funder a couple of months ago. We're going to have to consolidate some of our services. As you know, we were denied permissive tax exemption again this year. That's a $150,000 hit to our budget. These things are continuous. We're a not-for-profit, and we need to find ways to supplement how we provide support. And so we are looking for continuous ways to support our organization. And one of the ways that we could do that is through projects through our Powell River Innovation and Social Enterprises, and that this is one of those ways. One of the reasons we want this to be around affordable housing has to do with attracting young people to this community. One of the services that we offer is child and family services, and the folks that offer those services are professionals. So they're occupational therapists, they're physiotherapists, they're therapists, and those require 6 years of education. So we're trying to get folks coming in here, and we're competing across the province for these young professionals. And we want to make Powell River attractive. And it's really hard to do that when we don't have houses that are hit under that $500,000 mark that don't require a lot of renovations, especially because it's sort of hard to get contractors around here, Jim. And so we really do need to have affordable housing that folks want to purchase, not just rental housing. And so the idea behind this particular development is not just about rentals, it's about being able to root yourself in the community, not folks that are coming in and out. We're not looking for traveling nurses, we're looking for people who want to stay, be a part of this community, build this community, add to the beauty that is this community. And part of that is being able to buy a home here. And so that's why it's really important to our organization to be able to develop this land and make sure that we have a lovely mixed community where our Cranberry Child Development Center is, because it's home to a preschool, it's home to support for children with disabilities, it's near a high school, it's near a senior center, it's near walking trails. It's a great place to have more people come in and buy homes. So that's what we'd like to see. Thank you.
Any questions, Council? Yes, Councillor Isakson.
I know that when we get to this item on the agenda, we'll have a more robust discussion, but while Mr. Agius and Ms. Van Samang are here, I'm just wondering, Mr. Agius, the last time you were here, you mentioned like that it could be possible that some of the lots might take advantage of the new provincial legislation and be a plex or fourplex, but you didn't want to commit to that, but that could be possible. The current proposal put forward to staff talks about 2 dwelling units per lot across the development. Would you be open to an average of 2 across the development? I don't even know if that's possible from the terms of planning staff, but is there something that could balance the 2 that you would be that you and inclusion would be open to?
Well, the CD4 zoning was developed specifically for this type of issue with creating more homes that are within one building lot. For example, you can actually have 3 homes on a CD4 building lot. Before the provincial legislation, now you can have 4. No, we can't predict the future. We want to build homes with suites, and we want to sell those homes for $700,000. But I mean, if today's market is any indication of affordability, then it's a pretty clear answer, because right now there's nothing is really selling unless it's $400,000 in this town, and those are very, very, very old homes that people are moving into. So no, we need to stick to the traditional CD4 zoning, and believe me, with inclusion as partners, we want to be able to build those fourplexes, and we more than likely will, because we have 54 building lots there. But thank you.
And my second and final question for Mr. Agius, you talked about housing under the $500,000 range, and that's what you're looking for. I mean, it's hard to predict the future. I'm assuming you can't commit to that sort of level of affordability, but what I'm wondering if there's any prediction or commitment that you can make in terms of affordability.
That's a tough question. So no, we can't commit to anything in regards to what would really be affordable and what really is that number. What I can say is that we want to sell homes. Inclusion wants to make money. And, you know, the world thinks that developers make a lot of money. The way that developers make a lot of money is by volume. We're talking about developers that build 1,000 homes a year, 2,000 homes a year. Those of us that build 20 homes a year or so, we make a good living. That's about it. We sell those homes on the market for a profit that makes us that living. So whatever market conditions exist, like I said last time, right now I've got 2,400 square foot homes on the market for $599. Big home. They're not selling. I can't drop the price a penny because it's just not there. And that's just today's market. It may change in the future, but whatever the market bears is what we will be building.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Isakson. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming, Ocean and Jim, and the right last names always escape me when I need them, so I apologize for that. So I hear that you're saying that the project won't go forward. Should we not go back to the CD4 that you were expecting? I hear a lot of things about not being able to predict the future. So is there a business concept or idea for this development that you would have some options for people and they would choose what they want you to build on a lot and you kind of pre-sell them? Or is the idea you're going to choose what to put on the lots and then sell them after they're built? And the reason I ask that question is one way to lower your cost is sometimes to go multifamily, and CD4 is not really a multifamily zoning, right? So it's more about putting suites in a home that are owned by one person rather than building like duplexes or townhome row houses or some such thing. And it seems like you think you're going to put homes with suites, but you're not sure because maybe you're going to let people choose what they want. Is there a model? Is there something you have in mind for that?
The model for that, in a sense, is, yeah, we know there won't be any pre-sales. Powell River has never, ever been successful in pre-sales. So designing a home and then pre-selling it for somebody is very, very rare. Mm-hmm. So we will be designing homes and selling homes. But what Inclusion and ourselves are doing together is we're developing building lots. We want to sell off groups of building lots to local builders or some good local builders who are now building spec homes.
Oh.
And it's great to see. There's about 4 or 5 different builders wanting to buy building lots and build homes. So the 54 homes will still take about 6-7 years to build, we believe. We won't put all 54 lots in at the same time. It'll be a phased development. So again, whatever the market conditions or whatever people are looking for, because we will be marketing them, is what we will be building. So myself will be building on these lots as well. And yeah, we will build a home with a suite. We will build single family homes. And whatever the market is looking for, we'll do our best to provide that to the market.
Okay, so the main plan is to create all the lots and develop the hookups and then sell the lots. And you don't know what with restrictions on the lots that you're selling, it makes it harder to sell them. That's
with
what you're
the restrictions on the lot as they are absolutely makes the construction more expensive.
Okay, thank you. That I understand.
Before you go, Mr. Agius, I got a couple of comments that I'd like to make. First of all, I want to thank you for coming forward on the second occasion that you've done so to make council fully aware of what you're facing. And I want to also thank Inclusion for the fine work that they've done on the housing front in our community, which we all are very much aware that we have a shortage on our hands. And we thank you for all the fine work that you're providing, especially on the lower end of the housing spectrum for the people that need it the most. I hear you when you say affordability, because from what I hear from the people and the politicians of BC, affordability is the #1 crunch item that people are facing. So let's not lose sight of affordability. And the other thing I will say is, I really like the aspect of creating homes that are affordable for young professionals coming to our community, that they'll have the funds to purchase that type of valued home. So I hear you loud and clear, and I'll have more to say during our discussion later this evening. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
And let's move along on our agenda. Next, we have item 4.2, delegation, Mr. Stephen Miller, regarding vision of the old golf course lands. Mr. Miller, welcome.
So thank you very much for allowing me to present to council. So I've got a vision for the 80 acres, which we call the old golf course lands. And these are the lands that go from Townsite to Millennium Park. They go to the, if you're going from north to south, they end at the Log Hall Road. So the vision is to create a land trust that will protect the lands in perpetuity and allow the lands to be enjoyed by everyone in the Cathet Regional District. I believe that this idea will be welcomed by everyone in the community, whether they're in Westview or Townsite or Wildwood, because everyone will be able to enjoy these lands in perpetuity. A land trust or foundation is an entity that has a fiduciary responsibility to manage and administer the lands for the benefit of all beneficiaries. So the vision will create a pathway to success. It'll bring all of our communities together. It'll protect the natural beauty of the lands. It'll connect Millennium Park with Townsite. So people will be able to start at Willingdon Beach and walk through the trails and go all the way to Townsite and enjoy the lands and the beaches. We will look at creating story trails. And these would be trails that would tell the story of the origins of the land, the Clahaman and their founding of the lands, the mill and what they did to build Townsite and the houses in Townsite. It will maintain all of the pathways and trails through the 80 acres. It'll also protect the environmental, ecological, historical, and cultural attributes of the land. There was a consultant's report done on this piece of land a couple of years ago, or I think 3-4 years ago now. And in that consultant's report, they bring up the challenges, and the challenges are the main ones. There's a riparian creek that goes through the lands. There's a big Fortis gas line that crosses through them. There's problems with road access, and there's a fire risk due to some of the industry on the waterfront where there's no sewer and water running down there. But what I would like to propose is that these challenges are also pros to putting that land into a trust situation and protecting that land. So it will protect the riparian creek. The city nor developers would have to deal with the Fortis gas line. It can remain where it is. Road access will not be necessary. because it's really a system of trails and pathways. And there'll be no additional fire risks to anything that's being, if something were to be built on those lands. Pathway to success. There's two ways to go. One is the city can sell the 80 acres to a trust or a foundation with conditions to maintain and preserve the lands, or the city can contract with a trust or a foundation to maintain and preserve the lands. Financial implications for the city. It's only a net gain for the city, either from a sale of the lands or an expense savings for the city due to no maintenance of the lands, since the foundation or trust will be in charge of maintaining the lands. The cost to maintain the lands. A fund would be generated by grants and donations by either a trust or a foundation that would yield enough annual interest to cover all the maintenance of the lands in perpetuity. And what I'm looking for from council is just sort of a nod of approval that they think this is a good idea, something that will help our community, something that will make people proud of living in Powell River, and something that we can all get behind. One initiative that we think is really good for all of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. This is an interesting proposal. First, I've heard of this in my time here, so I appreciate you bringing this forward. And let's hear from council. Councilor Elliott, and then Councilor Southcott, then Councilor Dowd, then Councilor Isakson, and then Councilor Almeida.
Might have a question by then.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I have just wanted your perspective, I think, or thoughts on the difference between, say, making a park or a foundation as you've described it.
So the difference is if the city were to just designate that as a park, the city would be required to maintain it, and there would be a cost to maintaining the trails and the trail system through it. And if we were to do a couple interpretive centers, there might be a little cost for maintenance or some benches or something like that. That's if you put it into as a park. However, you can achieve everything by putting it into a trust or a foundation. And I have had conversations with a foundation actually. And so I know how it works. I know that there's grants out there. I know there's a lot of money out there to basically put together a fund that would be in trust, and the interest, the yield coming off of that fund, whether it's $1 million or $2 million, the yield coming off of that would take care of all the maintenance of the land. So the city would have no cost if you were to do it that way. If you wanted to keep it as part of an inventory, you can contract with a foundation or a trust and get those conditions in there, or you can just sell it to them, but with conditions that this is in place.
Over ahead.
Oh, thank you. So if the land was sold to a trust or foundation and it's got caveats for protection, how does the trust or foundation generate revenue in order to manage the lands and protect it and maintain it?
Very simply, there are grants out there, provincial and federal grants to protect lands. So a fund would be established. There would be donations that would come in. And the donations don't need to only come in from Powell River. They can come in from anywhere for people that are interested in preserving the environment and ecology, et cetera. And putting together that fund of, say, $1 million would be gathered through the grants and the donations, and then that would be put into, that'd be part of the trust that would then spin off the yield to take care of the lands.
And if in our community we decided it might be best for us to have some interpretive centers, better like trails that are wheelchair accessible or any of those other things, how would we go about getting a foundation to do things that we want done?
Well, first, I think that what we would do is set up a local committee, a local group that would basically represent the land from a ground level with that foundation. First of all. Second of all, we would put it in the conditions of contract, whether it's a sale or a contract, that there would be rights to do interpretive centers. I believe that the Clahaman should be part of the vision on this, on what we do with interpretive centers. And I've had some experience with interpretive centers in the province. And I believe that we can create conditions that would give us the flexibility of what we want to do. Accessibility is very important, and I do believe that we do need an accessible pathway that goes through there for wheelchairs, for strollers, for people like that. But I also think we need a separate little pathway for bicycles to go so that bicycles don't hit pedestrians and vice versa.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Elliott, Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I really like this idea. About 10 or 12 years ago, a consultant and author, Michael Lewis, he wrote a book called Resilience Imperative, came here, and he was sponsored by the predecessor to the currently restored organization. It was called Power Over Voices back then. Now it's called Kathak Community Voices. He provided a day-long seminar for the council of that day, which was like 3 councils ago. His book, which I bought a couple of copies of, has a lot of information on exactly the idea that you're talking about. And so it was a real starting point for me to look into this. And examples exist all over, not so much North America, but Europe. The big difference here, or advantage that I could see, is that it would take it out of the hands of this. This is city-owned land now. So from the standpoint of benefit to community, a nonprofit or not-for-profit land trust could provide similar benefits, but the advantage as city-owned, the big difference is that, as I see it anyway, is that a land trust could also do this outside of our city staff are already overworked. So this is a promising, there's promise in this prospect. And by what you're saying, Mr. Miller, I understand you've looked into this. I do know you have business background, and I'm just wondering if you're planning on, like, if you've got a plan to move this forward. I personally would be very interested in an actual business plan for something like this, coming from you or anybody else. And I'm wondering if you have thought that far into the.
Yeah, so I've actually had some conversations with the BC Parks Foundation. They're that organization that just announced that they have acquired many acres of land on Salt Spring, the Lower Sunshine Coast, and I believe the Lower Mainland. They have a huge financial backer. They're a very strong foundation. And I've had conversations with the executive director there. So he knows that I'm presenting to you. And he was very positive in what can be done. So yes, I have thought it through. And with a certain degree of willingness by people, I think we can get this accomplished in the next couple of years. Next 2 to 3 years, we can get this accomplished and have it in place.
Thank you. Councillor Scott, Councillor Dale.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this here. And I think you've hit on the feature that this could be something that everybody in town actually gets behind in a positive way. And I think it'd be nice to have one of those things on our agenda to work on. And I've talked to you before about the concept, and I was at the town site ratepayers when you were introducing it there, the topic there, and
had a chance to do some work on land trusts and the foundations that go behind them. And the concept is really about setting up something not for the people in this room, but for our grandchildren's grandchildren, and setting up a kind of a trust that can run in perpetuity, which is not an easy thing to do, because you have to set up a way for the people that are managing the trust to replace and regenerate themselves over the period of time. And I think you have to be very careful in the terms that the trust has to make sure that it's going to have to operate in the way that the people that set up the trust want it to, even after we're all dead. Not an easy task to go by, but I think the concept of actually selling the land to a land trust by the city gets the city out of all the expenses of having a park or developing the land or going through all of the controversy that I'm sure developing that property would bring up, and gets us as a way to preserve the land. I think it's a great idea. I think it takes a lot of work. I kind of lean towards creating our own trust if we were going to do that, because we would have total control about what the rules are. But I wouldn't close the door to any other kind of combination or partnerships that go on there. I'd suggest that if you're going to go any further, your next visit should be to the Tla'amin Legislative Council to invite them to be part of the discussions on it, because it's part of the traditional territory. And I think the more likely and the more early the Tla'amin Nation is involved in what the plans for that land are, the better it'll go. My gut feeling is they'll probably find something like that exciting and ways to do it.
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. In terms of creating our own trust, might be a little more challenging, only to the extent of creating that fund I was talking about. I know BC Parks Foundation, and I know who the chair is. I know that they have many, many, many millions of dollars, and they're very strong financially. And so by joining with another foundation or trust that is already established and that has donors in place and things like that, will only help us in achieving our financial goals to set up that independence that we need for the lands. In terms of the Tla'amin, I would welcome working with the Tla'amin. I would depend upon yourself and others to make an introductory meeting for us, and we could go and speak with them. I've had a bit of experience in this insofar as I was dealing with the Squamish Nation, and they had actually offered me a position at one point to set up their museum and in Whistler, the new museum, and do the build out on that and run the thing as their executive director for a while. But I didn't take the position for a number of reasons. But there was interpretive centers that we worked on and stuff like that, and I've seen the business plan for it, obviously. So I would welcome working with the First Nations on the vision, and it'd be wonderful to see all the communities get together and work on something in a positive way.
Well, thanks. I just want to say I'm positive about the idea.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Dowd, Councillor Isakson.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. I know that you have experience with this and this type of work has been done before, but to help paint a picture, could you describe an example of something like this that another municipality has taken on?
No, but I can tell you that BC Parks Foundation has a lot of flexibility in how they set up agreements. And they've just, it was about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, they announced that huge amount of that acquisition and the funding for it. So there are some foundations and trusts that do exist that are very strong. They know what they're doing. And we would benefit, I think, by partnering with one of those in terms of setting up the financial. Financial is very important on this. It's critical. The financial part has to be in place in order for this to move forward. And so I think that partnership would very much help us.
Thank you. I did make a note, the intergovernmental working group that we have, it could be a potential discussion items, and it's something that we could bring forward. Not that I can guarantee that it will get discussed, but it's an example of something that we could bring forward as an introductory topic. Also question, I know that the old the lands between Town Site and Willingdon Beach encompass more than just the old golf course lands. And it sounds like what you're describing is focusing on preserving the land and nature and trails, and doesn't include things like housing or retail. And so I'm wondering if that fits into your plan at all, or fits to like alongside your plan. How do you see like the vibrancy of the overall town site neighborhood and the waterfront beyond environmental protection in your plan? Or is it something that you would see as like neighboring properties, but not a part of the land that you're specifically interested in?
Well, the liquid waste plant, I think, is part of the old golf course land, so we want nothing to do with that. So that would have nothing to do with it, so we'd walk around it. The industrial part of the waterfront, we see still remaining industrial and being developed by the city because it's a good income source for the city. And, if the uses are correct in what is approved, then it'll be good for the neighborhoods as well. So I don't see any problems with any of that. I do believe that there should not be anything on those lands except for trails and pathways and story trails, interpretive centers, things like that on those lands. I do believe it will help tourism, and it will help the community. It will bring the community together. It'll bring tourism out. And maybe in 40 years from now, when I'm probably not kicking around, but when 40 years from now, maybe somebody will put in the train again that used to run from the mill all the way to Millennium Park and to Willingdon Beach. And, like a little train like that for families, that would be a big tourist draw, I think. So, I mean, there is that potential for the future, but I don't see housing on this land. I don't think it's necessary to have housing on the land. The city owns 160 properties. Clearly one property, would only reduce it to 159. So there's no shortage. And also, I don't think developers really want this land because there's too many challenges with it, with the riparian creeks and the Fortis gas lines and, access for sewer and water and everything else. It's just not, I don't think it's in the developer's interest at this point to pick that as their first choice to running off with.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question through the chair to staff. I'm looking at Mr. Gao. I'm wondering, not to put you on the spot, but based on your understanding of existing official master plans and OCP for the waterfront and town site, how does this, not so much the model, but the land use align or not align with what's currently on our books?
Through the chair to Councillor Isakson. Well, the lands that are described have a land use designation of employment center. They are zoned general industrial, so they are industrial lands today. There was a process a number of years ago that looked at the city-owned lands in the vicinity, so beyond just the old golf course lands, and quite a bit of consultation that happened around that. I will say that the unknown, not knowing exactly what's going to happen with the mill site over the next couple of years would be a recommendation that staff would make to council to better understand what's going to happen with those lands before making any big decisions about the lands in and around the golf course, because there could be huge tax implications should those lands no longer be within the city's jurisdiction, and the city might want to maintain some of its industrial land base for future tax considerations.
I mean, you're asking for a nod, whether this idea has potential. Speaking personally, like my interest is to have a beautiful corridor, a vibrant corridor between town site connecting that to Willingdon Beach, and that can look a lot of different ways. I think the trust model has potential. I don't, if it is a model to move forward with, I don't think it should be a trust that the city sets up, because then it is very much at the whim of whoever is in council at the time. If there's robust community engagement, and this is really about being really thoughtful with future generations. I think doing some deep thinking, deep engagement, and removing the politics from it from the future would be really important to me. So in terms of like my personal level of support, like I'm curious, but I think that to me, this is like, I'm curious. I think there's an opportunity here, but I feel like the future of the site as a whole, and it's going to take years, but going through the OCP process to really clarify that would give me more certainty. So I'm not there yet, but like I support exploring this more, I guess, but I can't say for sure that I want to give you a nod yet. If that's probably not enough, but that's where I'm sitting right now, just having listened to this for the first time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isakson. Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for coming to present today. It's a unique idea. I don't have any specific questions. Lots to still unpack, and as Councillor Isakson pointed out, we're probably still far away from moving forward on it. But I am intrigued by the idea, and we'll look forward to more information that comes forward before I really can register a thought. So, yeah, open to explore all ideas that could benefit our community in multiple ways. And so look forward to, I guess, what the next couple of years brings. And hopefully I'm still sitting in this chair to make a decision on that.
Thank you, Councillor Almeida. Mr. Miller. Yes, Mr. Miller. This is an interesting proposal. There's no doubt about it. There are so many facets to it that it's kind of, at the moment, mind-boggling, because this is a natural extension of our Millennium Park along that waterfront. The thing that comes to mind for me when you mention trust is that I go to Hornby Island every summer, and my family walks Halliwell Park, which was a trust that was donated long ago by the family. And that, if you haven't been there, you need to see it. It's just something that everybody that visits that island walks in the summertime. It's along the water's edge, and it's just beautiful. So this has so much potential for our community, and I can see the multifaceted aspect of combining all of our regional partners in some kind of discussion. But at this point, to get into specifics, it might be a little premature until there's some more dialogue. So I really want to thank you for bringing this. It really creates some interesting concepts, and looking forward to future discussions.
Thank you.
Once I get my agenda back here, we'll be all right.
Courtney, Harrop.
Yeah. So now, thank you, Mr. Miller. And we move to item 4.3, which is Courtney Harrop, regarding the Walk With Me Action Research Project. Welcome.
Hello, Council and Mayor, who's not here, unfortunately. Hopefully he's listening from home. I'm grateful to be here, and thank you for having me in chambers, and of course recognizing that I'm participating in this meeting today on the territory of the Tla'amin Nation. My name is Courtney Harrop. I'm the Harm Reduction Coordinator for Tla'amin Nation, as well as Ojimet Harm Reduction Circle, and a member of the Cathet Community Action Team since 2019. The purpose of this delegation is to invite you to attend a story walk, which is a 2-hour experiential learning journey where we will together listen to stories from this community of the toxic drug crisis and together imagine some new ways forward. We know that Powell River, Tla'amin, and the entire Cathet region, as well as small and large communities throughout BC, has been impacted in devastating ways by the toxic drug crisis. We know that since 2016, when the crisis was labeled a provincial health emergency, over 79 people from the Cothet region have lost their lives to this crisis. And while these numbers have started to decline in recent years, a fact that speaks perhaps to the enormous efforts made by members of this community, including by yourselves, Mayor and Council, the Community Action Team, Tla'amin Nation, Agimet Harm Reduction Circle, Lift Community Services, Vancouver Coastal Health, and others, to provide support and resources that keep people alive, our work is far from over. The gains we have made are tenuous at best, in the sense that people in this community are still struggling and are still dying as a result of this crisis. So I'm here to invite you today to join us in this learning journey that includes both Powell River Mayor and Council and Tla'amin Hagoos Council and legislators, with intent to bring these two governance bodies together in order to seek points of collaboration and avenues where a shared vision and approach to resolving this crisis could be developed. This invitation is also extended to the city and nation CAOs. For some context, over the past 10 months, the Walk With Me team, a community action and social change research project consisting of people with lived and living experience of substance use and the toxic drug crisis, elders, knowledge keepers, and community engaged researchers, has been working in partnership with the Cothet Community Action Team and Agimet, with myself as the key organizing coordinator, to record and document stories of the crisis here in Cothet. The Walk With Me team, which originated in the Comox Valley in 2019, is hosted by Vancouver Island University, has been working within communities throughout Vancouver Island and BC to document the impact of the crisis through research, to create points of connection and solidarity, and to explore new ways forward. Some key events leading up to the development of the Cothet Region Story Walks. In November 2023, after a period of relationship development and sharing with both the Community Action Team and Agimet, the Walk With Me team and the Community Action Team agreed to work in partnership. In January 2024, the Walk With Me team began to invite people with lived and living experience with substance use in Tla'amin, Powell River, and the Cothet region through processes involving consent and research, ethics board protocols, to share their stories of the crisis and their visions of ways forward for our community. The team hosted 8 recording sessions between January and July of 2024. 26 people, including peers, their family members, harm reduction workers, and frontline workers, contributed stories through this process. In August of 2024, the Walk With Me team worked together to weave the stories gifted through these sessions into 3 Cothet Story Walk audio tracks, 40-minute tracks that are designed to be played as part of the Story Walk experience. Where we are now is that the Cothet Community Action Team, along with partners and collaborators, is working with Walk With Me to schedule a series of story walks for the community, which will take place over the fall of 2024 and the winter of 2025. These walks provide an opportunity for community members from all backgrounds to gather together to understand the unique dimensions of the crisis here in our region and to imagine ways forward together. The Walk With Me team will produce also a research report that shares key information and insights arriving from this process, and that provides a slate of recommendations for this community in its approach to supporting people at the heart of the toxic drug crisis. This report, which will likely be shared in the spring of 2025, is designed to inform strategy and action. Prior to bringing the story walks to the wider community, we wanted to invite community leaders to listen to the tracks and join together in this journey. In this delegation, we extend an invite to the Powell River Mayor and Council, and also to Tla'amin Hagoos and Council. I did a delegation to Tla'amin Executive Council last week to join together for a story walk and engage in shared dialogue. previous to coming here tonight, I did send the formal invitation to all of your emails and highlighted that at the bottom of that invitation, there's an Eventbrite link that you're able to RSVP to. And that just allows us to track attendance so that we can ensure to have enough food and drinks for our sharing circle afterwards. What is involved in the story walk? In our time together, participants will be introduced to the project and work by the Walk With Me team and the Catholic Community Action team. And we will participate in a 40-minute guided audio walk outdoors. So dress for the weather, wear good shoes, followed by a sharing circle. Alternative and static listening options are available for those with mobility concerns. And following the walk, participants will sit in circle together and have some shared dialogue about what we learned and potential solutions to move forward. It is important to note that the stories we will walk with will cover topics surrounding the toxic drug poisoning crisis, including accounts of intergenerational harm, colonization, and loss. We understand that people have varying levels of connection to this crisis, and we would like to invite your participation to the extent that you feel comfortable. If you have any questions outside of this meeting, you're all free to contact myself or Sharon Karsten, who is the Walk With Me project coordinator. And I would encourage everyone to take a look at our website at walkwithme.ca.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Mayor, council comments with Council Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrop, for coming. We did see your email earlier today, and staff will be RSVPing for me tomorrow, probably. So I look forward to being there and experiencing it. I appreciate you coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Almeida. Councilor Isakson.
Thank you. I also let staff to RSVP for me. So thank you for scheduling it not on a council or regional district meeting day. It makes it easier for us to attend. And also appreciate, I attended a Walk With Me event up in Land Claamen earlier, was it last year? When was that?
Last June.
Yeah, last June. And it was super powerful, and I'm really excited to be hearing that there are local stories this time. I think sometimes the fact that so many people who are suffering from this crisis are from here, born and raised here, have spent decades here is sometimes lost in the conversation around the current drug toxicity crisis and addiction and all the things around it. So I'm really excited to hear the local stories, and also excited to hear that there will be public events happening this fall and the spring. That was one of my questions, because I know like one of the things that I found powerful the last time around was both listening while walking, and I'm glad to hear you have some accessibility options for people with mobility challenges, but also being in conversations with other people afterwards, because just hearing how different people relate to the stories was also helped the stories sink in. And anyways, so like I said, you've answered all my questions. I checked them all off, and I look forward to participating at the end of the month.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Isakson. Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Courtney, so much for being here and this invitation. I've been aware of the project and helping out as much as I can. I'm really excited to see that we've gotten to the part where our local contributions can be listened to in a walk together with other people. So the way that it's done is people wear headphones, right? And they walk and listen to stories.
Yes. So when we invite people to come, it's about 2 hours of time. So we have folks come, we have a very short circle to begin. And then everybody we distribute Bluetooth headsets, which has opportunity to play a couple of different tracks, but we will be playing the same track for everyone at that time. And so then we go on kind of that 40-minute guided journey. As the invitation states, we will be doing this very first walk in Tishosum, and only with elected leadership of the two governments. So yeah, we'll put on our headphones and go for a walk together, and then we'll share, we'll have a sharing circle after, where we also share food and drink together.
Emot.
Thank you.
Councilor Elliott. Any further comments? First of all, I just want to say thank you for coming here and sharing this initiative with us today because in terms of our community, this is very important, and I'm sure that it will go a long way to bringing various aspects and regions of our community together in a very, very good way. So I really appreciate what you're doing. And as acting mayor this month, I will be there and we'll be participating. I haven't responded yet, but I assure you I will. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, then we move along to item 5, which is correspondence. And we have a proclamation for the United Way BC Day. So, proclamation, United Way BC Day. Whereas for over 90 years, United Way British Columbia has supported the development of healthy, caring, and inclusive communities across the province, helping those of all ages, from children to seniors, meet their basic needs from food access programs to mental health and community crisis supports. Whereas the United Way British Columbia is responsive to finding new and innovative ways to meet the changing and complex needs of our communities, the people who live in them, and the social sector that serves them. Whereas at the heart of the United Way British Columbia's work is local, community-driven solutions fueled by the commitment and caring of United Way British Columbia partners, social services, businesses, government, generous donors, passionate volunteers, labor, and hardworking community champions. Whereas United Way BC Day is an opportunity to emphasize the importance of uniting in action in the city of Powell River and to recognize United Way British Columbia's ongoing commitment to offering essential supports and services to Powell River residents, thus building a strong, healthy, and resilient community. Therefore, I, Acting Mayor Jim Palm, proclaim September 12, 2024 as United Way BC Day in the city of Powell River. Great organization. And thank you for all your fine work that you do, United Way. Now we move committee reports. Item 6.1, Committee of the Whole meeting held July 9th, 2024. And the acting mayor was there. Are we going to have Councillor Elliott? Would you like to go and explain what was expressed this day?
So at the Committee of the Whole, we recommend sending this to council. And so that's why it's here. I will just make the motion in the package and.
Order, we're on
No motion.
6.1. So who is acting
Oh.
mayor
6.1.
for the committee?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I happen to be that as well, so it's still good for me to be talking. So the Committee of the Whole on July 9th, which was chaired by myself. Thank you, Chair. We had a very busy evening that evening. We had some delegations and some correspondence, and then we spent a good lot of time discussing the procedure bylaw, and we provided a lot of motions for making changes to that procedure bylaw, and then it went back to staff for revisions and legal review, I believe, and we're hoping to see that on a council agenda soon. And that was the bulk of the evening for that meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. So what's the next question? Do we have to adopt those? Nope. No. Okay, we will move along on tonight's agenda to committee recommendations. And we have item 7.1, recommendation from Committee of the Whole held on September 10th, last Tuesday, 2024, granted aid for Wild Ocean Whale Society. And we have a recommendation. Would somebody like to read that? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I'm back to 7.1, which is what I started addressing when I was supposed to be on 6.1. So at our committee of the whole, we recommend sending it to council. So I thought I would make the motion that council approve the grant and aid request from Wild Ocean Whale Society for $8,000 to assist in addressing feral cat colonies, leaving $6,500 in available grant and aid budget for potential 2024 off-cycle applicants.
Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Isakson. Comments? Mr. Southcott.
Thank you, Chair. During Ms. McKay's presentation to us on Tuesday, there were two locations where feral cats were believed to be in our community, in the city. One is in Wildwood. Specifically, it is a situation that I've been following pretty closely because of close association with the family most affected. It's a family neighboring a situation where there were dozens, many dozens of cats. My understanding from that gentleman is that approaches already employed have been fairly effective and that the problem has diminished considerably. The other, and I talked to him last night, the other situation is, was suggested that it was.
Councillor, I'm just going to, I need to know, which one are you referring to?
I'm referring to the.
Which one is under control?
The one in Wildwood.
Two.
Yeah.
Which one?
No, there's two situations within the city.
You talked to last night, which situation was that?
Wildwood.
Okay, thank you.
The other one was alleged to be in Cranberry, behind Cranberry Lake. I have family back there, and I have no information, specific information with respect to that suspected colony. The one in Wildwood is arguably not a feral cat colony. It's an expansion of domestic cats that actually are being fed by a resident. At this point, I can't, in all good conscience, particularly after spending 13 hours in 2 meetings this spring, combing through our operational and capital budgets to find ways we could save money, I can't conscience dedicating $8,000, even if there is some suggestion that it may improve the situation in Wildwood. I personally need a lot more information to give me confidence that that actually is going to happen before I can commit this kind of money to something like that, especially because it isn't, the money is being granted, or it's proposed to be granted to Wild Ocean Whale Society. And that group I wholeheartedly supported in their work with whales, which was a few years ago now. So I can't support this. I need more information, and I didn't hear any assurances that the $8,000 that we may grant to this organization is going to be spent exclusively within the city. So I need more information. I would like to move that we defer this and request assurances that I have just listed and more information before we support this grant.
Just before we talk further.
Can I just a little bit more? The SPCA was involved in previous management issues. I wasn't directly involved in details. I think that that is still an option. They ran out of money, apparently. There are a number of details which I'm not specifically in possession of well enough to iterate them here. But these are the details that I would like to know if there are other options and exactly what's going on up there before making this kind of commitment. Thank you.
Before we deal with your deferment, we do have a motion on the floor.
Was that?
I'm moving to defer, please,
Just
or moving to postpone. What's the
So,
right? Okay.
would it be helpful to ask our bylaw officer to further provide you with any information that he may have
If he
this
can
time?
give me assurances tonight.
Chief, could you please come forward if you have any further comments, we'd appreciate it.
Other than what we spoke of on Tuesday, the process that WOWS is recommended is our current process that we were doing with the SPCA before they lost funding and lost the vet. So the vet that WOWS will be using is from out of town, but the process will still be the same. So we've significantly reduced the up until the point that the funding stopped colony, and there was some advances in the colony with litters, so it has grown a little bit, but I mean, the complainant is happy with the reduction, and this was to carry that on.
Right. So I guess the question on my mind, Councillor Southcott has alluded to the fact that he spoke to somebody last night and they're saying that the situation has been greatly improved. Do you have anything to add in that regard?
No, that's the information that we get from the complainant as well.
Thank you. CAO, you have comments?
Through the chair to council, having had a lot of discussion with our chief/bylaws manager on this, our options are quite limited. And I would just say that I am confident that this is an approach that is relatively low cost to other options on the table. My concern is that if we take a long time to find another alternative, the gains that were made with the initial approach will reverse. Chief, I don't know if that's your perspective, but with the amount of time we've already spent looking at options, trying to find ways, because of our isolation, we have limited options with vets and the humane approach to this. So I just wanted to assure you that a great deal of thought, time, and conversations have been had with the affected parties in this, as well as consideration of the cost to the overall city. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Chair, just a point of order.
before we carry on, we want to deal with the deferment question.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion to defer?
Well,
Was it
right
moved
now
and
we have a
seconded?
mover. Do we have a seconder? Seeing none. That is not going forward. Councillor Elliott, go right ahead.
Thank you. No, I think we need to decide tonight. I want to ask a question of staff, and then I wanted to speak to the motion. So my question of staff is there a way in our contribution of this grant to stipulate that the funds are to be spent on reduction of colonies within the city boundaries? Because during the delegates' request, it seemed they would like to address other issues outside of the city as well. And I wanted to I think areas outside of the city should find funding somewhere else. And so that's the question.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Denniston to help us. But what I will say is, from looking at the grant application, we can get a commitment that our portion is used. The way I see them being structured, we would actually be somewhat assisted by the other revenues that they're getting for their overall response region-wide. I wonder if maybe Ms. Denniston or Mr. Jakely might speak to that as well. Thank you.
Through the chair, we would ensure that the funds are used for just for city property for the feral cats. We would put it as a stipulation in the letter, and we do request a final report when they're done. And so that could be part of the final report as well, to a full review of which areas were done and the costs according to each area.
Thanks. So
Councillor Isaac,
I'm actually going to speak to the motion now.
before we get to Councillor Isaac, carry on.
Thank you, Chair. So I think that the process that we're using is not sustainable and not the ideal way to approach cat colonies within the cities in general. The process that's being proposed is to stop them from growing, try to adopt out the youngest kittens and reduce the size in that way, but allow cats to maintain their the colony that they live in the circumstances that they live in. And it's contrary to our own animal bylaws to do that, because we don't actually allow that through our bylaws. So it's not really a sustainable solution. I'm not in favor of us having a policy for maintaining cat colonies in the city. But I do take the point that I've been hearing from staff that currently our options are limited because we haven't set up resources required to handle this situation differently. And there appears to be this option on the table that would be an interim to us coming up with a better, sounder, long-term strategy. I do think council needs to look at this and find a better way to respond to cat colonies within the city. So I'm going to vote in favor of this motion, but I don't want to be having to do this again next year. I want a different process. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott, Councillor Isakson.
Thank you, Chair. I know we hashed this out quite a bit on Tuesday, so I want to just briefly reiterate a couple points. That this approach, the trap, neuter, vaccinate, release model, is a standard humane approach for feral colonies throughout municipalities. And so the approach, while it is like a common sense approach, it doesn't, as Councillor Elliott described, we have bylaws related to keeping cats. And this is a situation to me that veers on a gray area, but in terms of dealing with the problem, we have a problem. What's the solution? We have a proposed solution. So to me, this is a common sense approach. I agree that ideally this could be dealt with in the next year, and it may not be, but the fact that the approach has been successful so far and things have improved, but we're not done. And so without completing it means that those populations will just sneak back up again, as we heard in terms of how often litters are born on a yearly basis. This doesn't impact taxes. We have grants available, and even after providing this grant, we still have grants and aid available within this year. And so this doesn't impact taxes. And, I believe we've received sufficient information. We do not dive into this level of detail about process and impact for any other grantee. So I was really surprised when this became a hot topic on council in terms of discussion. I will be supporting this motion. I think it's a common sense approach to deal with an issue. It's the solution that we have right now. It is not the ideally we wouldn't have to deal with feral cat colonies in the community, but we've got them, and so let's work on the solution this year.
Thank you, Councillor Isakson. We have a number of hands going up, and we will continue the discussion on this topic with Councillor Almeida, followed by Councillor Dell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it simple and reiterate what Councillor Isakson and Elliott just shared. While the solution we have in front of us isn't perfect, I think we have probably invested more money and staff time over the last 6 months in dealing with the situation, and now we have a situation in front of us for a relatively inexpensive amount for grant and aid that's already been allocated for, with only 3.5 months left in the year, still leaving grant and aid funds available left. So I will be in favor of this so that we can hopefully, at least for now, reduce or almost eliminate the problem. And I'd be up for a further conversation down the road, as Councillor Elliott pointed to, but for right now, it gives us a solution in the moment that helps these residents.
Thank you, Councillor Almeida. Councillor Doubt, followed by Councillor Slotcott.
I was hoping not to ignite another big round of input from everybody around the table. We spent at least an hour talking about this on Thursday. Everybody staked out their position. I don't hear anybody changing their mind. Staff is still of the opinion that they were before. We were being asked to contribute $6,500. Now we're being asked to contribute $8,000. We've probably spent $8,000 additional in staff time while we talk about it. I'm not in favor of this because I don't think that trapping cats within the municipality, spaying, neutering, and vaccinating them, and releasing them to be fed into permanent feral cat policies is a good solution. I don't think it's the way to go. That's why I'm voting against it. I'm not going to speak any more times on it.
Thank you, Councillor Doubt. Councillor Southcott.
Thank you. I want to speak to the main motion. The adoptions were done by SPCA. I am not assured that WOWS has the ability to do that. And I would definitely be in favor of that. It's also recommended by Nature Canada, who provided us with the city with a guide for municipalities with regard to the management of cats. Our bylaw, second point, our bylaw does state that 3 cats per any lot in the city is allowed. 3 cats are allowed, and only one of them may be not spayed or neutered. This particular situation, there are far more cats than 3, and they are being fed by an owner. And the bylaw provides for that, in a situation like this, to be fined $100 per day. If that, apparently that was part of what made the population decrease. And I don't know why that couldn't be continued. Not that I expect this particular owner to pay, but unpaid fines are added to city taxes. This kind of management of cats is absolutely inconsistent with preservation of wildlife. Talking to the neighbor, he told me that before this problem arose, there was lots of birds in the neighborhood, and there are none now. And cats are known to be able to extinguish a half a dozen wild birds per day per cat. That adds up to thousands in the situation that exists in Wildwood right now. What we're suggesting here really is inconsistent with Nature Canada's suggestions, and that's why I'm going to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Well spoken, Councillor Southcott. We hear you loud and clear, and I just will say and finish it up by saying this is a staff recommendation. They seem to have exhausted all avenues and spent a great deal of time. And as Councillor Elliott alluded to, perhaps there's a better way forward. Hopefully we'll look at that down the road, but for now we have a motion on the floor, and I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. So we also have coming forward from September 10th, last Tuesday, a Ferry Advisory Liaison appointment recommendation. Councillor Elliott.
I move that Council appoint Councillor Almeida as the liaison and Councillor Elliott as the alternate liaison for the Ferry Advisory Committee.
Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Isakson. Any questions, concerns? Councillor Elliott.
So I just wanted to clarify that the Ferry Advisory Committee are appointees, not liaisons, and I think we might need to amend the motion that was put forward, just because they are we would be voting the appointee is a voting member of that committee. And I'm just seeking clarity that we are looking for an appointee to the committee, not a liaison.
Through the chair, I think it's a matter of language. I'm wondering.
So typically liaisons are non-voting members.
Okay.
And appointees are members.
Okay. And they're looking for an appointee versus a liaison.
That is my understanding.
Okay.
And I just wanted to seek clarity, and if so, I would make the motion to amend the motion to say appointee rather than liaison.
Okay. Through the chair, I need to find out. You may have more information than me about the request. I'm going to ask Caitlin if she can pull up the original request. So if you could give us a second, please, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we should get the wording correct. Councillor Doubt.
Chair, I believe we have recently adopted a policy that defines what a liaison is. I remember voting on that. A liaison and a voting member of a board are different things. Oh, I agree with you. The liaison is not the correct term, in my opinion.
So if we don't need clarification and we're all comfortable that's the case, I could move to amend the motion to replace liaison in the motion with appointee.
Councillor Almeida, followed by Councillor Isakson.
I took a moment to jump back to November 2022 when we were under the portfolio system, and Councillor Palm, who just recently relinquished the Ferry Advisory Committee position, the notes in the meeting say he is the council liaison appointee. So it says both things.
Cover all bases with that.
Okay.
You don't know.
I think she's seconding the motion.
I'm seconding the amendment to change to just appointee, not liaison appointee.
Okay, do you want to make that motion?
Yeah, I'm seconding the motion.
I made the motion, she seconded.
We have a motion on the floor. Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Isakson. Any further comment? All in favor? Unanimous.
Now we're to the main motion.
Okay, could we now have a motion on the floor that has been amended? So hearing no further questions, all in favor? Thank you very much. Unanimous. We move on in tonight's agenda to reports for decision. Item 8.1, budget amendment, air cylinder filling station. And we have a recommendation. Councillor Isakson.
I'll move the recommendation that council direct staff to amend City of Powell River 5-year financial plan bylaw 2742-2024 for $110,000 in funding from the vehicle and equipment reserve for the purchase of a self-contained breathing apparatus fill station.
Moved by Councillor Isakson, seconded by Councillor Almeida. Councillor Isakson, followed by Councillor Elliott.
I'll speak to the motion and just one question that isn't related. I mean, it's related to the motion, but just for clarity's sake, was this apparatus in the capital plan, or maybe it's a question for Ms. Denniston, was it in the capital plan for a future year? And I'm wondering what that year was.
Through the chair, I'll have to look that up.
It doesn't change my view today, but I just wanted to get that clarity if it was possible. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah, the report's quite clear on why it's needed, and so I support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott, followed by Councillor Dill.
I did have the same question as Councillor Isakson, because I was curious about whether moving it out of reserves today might have been something we were going to do next year or the year after within the 5 years anyhow, just because obviously it's a necessary piece of equipment and we probably were expecting to have to replace it at some point. And I just was thinking, well, maybe within the 5-year plan, it doesn't really just change things that much. That's just what I was thinking. But I am in favor, of course, of providing air for our fire department. And so I'm in favor of the motion.
Councillor Elliott, Councillor Dill.
Yeah, I'm just asking because I'm curious about how much space does this machinery take up? What does it look like? And will it be going into the existing #1 fire hall? And is it taking up space that's already used by similar equipment or what?
Correct. The current, sorry, through the chair to council, the current compressor that's there is the one that has failed. It's had some serious mechanical failure. We're able to repair it, but the repair is temporary and it's limited its lifespan. So it's the same size as the one that's currently there.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, we have a motion on the floor, not seeing any other hands in the air, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. We moved to item 8.2, amendment to Council Policy 255, Reserve Funds. Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've got an easy one for you tonight, I think. I'm presenting the an amendment to Council Reserve Policy 255 to include the Property Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund. Prior to this in July, there was the adoption by Council of the Property Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund bylaw that a reserve be created. And as Council knows, there's council policy for reserve funds that align with all the existing reserve funds. So I'm simply using the language from the bylaw in the reserve fund policy that directs the use of the reserve funds and provides staff with direction when using the reserve funds. With that, I'll turn it over for any questions or comments.
Ms. Denniston, question, Councillor Isakson.
Yes, one question about page 15 and 16 on Appendix B, which is the table where the language was added. It mentions that the funding source is when property tax in years when the major industry property taxes are greater than $3.3 million. I'm wondering if that specific amount is limiting. Like I'm imagining a future scenario where we have more major industry taxable base, or something changes and that 3.3 is limiting. Can you tell me more about that specific language?
Yes, through the chair, I'll first talk a little high level that the bylaw doesn't put a restriction on this. So this is a policy, it's a guiding principle. So should council want to direct funds to it, they would have that within the ability through the bylaw. The policy used this specific example because when this reserve fund was coming into play, it was through the budget deliberations. It was very much tied to that 3.3 million that we received in major industry. The policy is a little bit more specific. It is a little bit more tied to the specific reason that that reserve fund came in play, just to protect the funds for the next few years. Long term, I would imagine that though the bylaw wouldn't need to be changed, this policy might need to be updated. But saying that, again, this policy won't restrict council's decision to put money into the funds by any means. It's a guiding principle and a link to where the direction originally came from.
Okay, yes, go right ahead.
I was going to make the motion if there's no other comments or questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, just before you do, I have one quick question. Could you remind the public of how much will be going into that and why?
Yes, through the chair, we'll be transferring $1.6 million to this reserve from the 2024 taxes. And the purpose of that is because in 2024, there was a one-time only increase from property taxes from major industry. And if that wasn't preserved in a reserve, we may have seen a dip in property taxes for residents in 2024 and then a very disproportionate increase in the next year. So what this stabilization reserve does is it allows property taxes to remain more stable and residents and businesses and other taxpayers not to experience extremes and unpredictable ups and downs as a result of assessment changes that are beyond the control of City Council.
Thank you for that. Councillor Elliott, you have a question? Or
Yes.
You're going to make the motion.
No, I was going to ask a question.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So for clarity, the bylaw has created the reserve fund and the funds are there. And this is a policy which speaks to all of our reserves funds and sets out our intentions for them, for how we use them. And it's a policy document which is not set in stone, but it gives future councils an idea of what we were thinking about when we created the reserve. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so we expect the industrial tax base to fall at the mill because it's permanently closed, BC Assessment's changing how they're handling that. And so we had this one windfall year where the agreement we had with the mill had ended, so they were required to pay the full amount rather than the reduced amount, and it was an increase, but it wasn't going to be more than that 1 year. And so we wanted to stabilize and transfer some of that increase into the future to help us when it went the other way. That's the long and the short of what this little line says. It's to lessen property taxing. It doesn't really specify the mill, but the mill is our only major industry property. Is that correct?
The chair, yes.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
Or I can put a motion on the floor.
Sure,
that
I'd like to have that motion.
That council approves Council Policy 255, Reserve Funds as amended and attached to the staff report to council titled Amendment to Council Policy 255, Reserve Funds, dated September 12, 2024.
Moved by Councillor Isakson, seconded by Councillor Almeida. Any further comments, concerns? Hearing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. We now move to item 8.3, Local Community Accessibility Grant Program, Barnett Sidewalk. And who might be speaking to that? CAO.
Through the chair, I'm going to channel my inner deputy corporate officer, so Ms. Laporte, who is currently on vacation. She is leading this project for us. So you may be aware that the city participates on the Joint Accessibility and Inclusion Committee with the QRD and the library. And this committee has shown support for us applying for a Social Planning Action Research Council grant. It's called a Local Community Accessibility Grant Program for up to $25,000. And this particular project is endorsed by the committee, and it is a sidewalk improvement project outside the City of Powell River's RCMP area. And what you've got in Appendix A is 2 lines showing the proposed application, if council supports it, which would be the sidewalk in red and in yellow. And you can see the estimated amounts come to around $23,000. And if the community are wondering why not the blue at this point, is A, we're trying to keep it under the amount that we can feasibly achieve. And the blue area yet, there's going to be future development, but not at this time. So it makes sense, and the committee agreed it made sense to apply for this. So council staff are seeking your support for putting in the application that we hope may be successful, but as an example of an action coming out of our joint committee as we take measures to find grants to improve our community's accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Isakson.
Yeah, quick question about, you mentioned endorsement from, or the support of the Joint Accessibility and Inclusion Committee. Was this a general, like I wasn't at the most recent meeting, and so I'm wondering if they'd asked the city specifically for this sidewalk versus other sidewalk issues in the community. Do we know? Yeah.
Through the chair, I would have to find that out.
That's fine. Yeah, that was my only question.
Okay.
That question will get answered. Point? That's all it.
Thank you, Chair. So I realize that we don't have Jessica with us today, but I'm curious about whether we're making application for this improvement because we own the RCMP office that's in sidewalks outside of our property, and whether we would we be making grant requests for sidewalks wherever they may be if they needed accessibility, or are we focused on city properties? Is that something we're doing?
Through the chair, this particular one, to my understanding, was endorsed by the committee and as a priority. In terms of other ones, we would be looking at city-owned pieces for grants that we're applying for.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, seeing no further hands, would somebody like to make the recommendation? Councillor Almeida.
Sure. I move that council approve staff submitting a grant application to the Social Planning and Research Council of BC, Spark BC, Local Community Accessibility Grant Program to fund construction of a city sidewalk at 7070 Barnett Street, and further that council directs staff to amend City of Powell River 5-year financial plan 2742-2024 to recognize $25,000 in grant funding and associated costs that would be used to fund construction of a sidewalk should the city's funding application be successful.
Moved by Councillor Almeida, seconded by Councillor Stouthcott. Comments? Councillor Isakson.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment. I do support this grant application. This location and its accessibility has been noted as an issue that I am aware of. And I understand that the blue section isn't a priority right now because there may be future development. But I did want to note that the bus stop for the RCMP building, I believe, is just a bit past that blue space. And so this doesn't fully address accessibility issues. And so obviously that blue section and however it ties into the property north of Barnett is also really important. But given what we know about what's needed right now, I appreciate that this is the first good step of this use of money.
Thank you, Councillor Isakson. Councillor Sludcutt.
Thank you, Chair. In that respect, I'm just wondering if the bus stop location could be changed.
Good question.
Through the chair, that's something I can find out and also look at through planning and other measures what timing might be like for other improvements through other mechanisms like future development for the blue section. So I don't have Director Bertag with me or Mr. Reed, but I can find that out for you.
First of all, we have to secure the grant. Okay, any further questions? Councillor Doubt, you're looking at me like you have one.
No, I'm just wondering where we are.
Okay, so we have a recommendation on the floor, and I'll call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Reports for information. We have a report from the municipal directors of the Cathat Regional District. Who would like to take the lead?
Got some stuff prepared. So.
Councillor Doubt and then Councillor Elliott.
So it's been a long time since we had a council meeting and weren't having very many meetings in August. It wasn't the case for the Cathat Regional District, and there's been 3 board meetings since the last time we had a report. First one was on August 7th. We had our regular second quarter detachment commander report on crime in the regional district, and basically it was good news that crime is not running rampant and it's fairly safe in the Powell River district, the Cathat Regional District. We had correspondence from the ferry services about the regional district's request to have more political involvement in the BC Ferries advisory committee roles, and they have gotten back to us and offered to have a meeting with the regional district to talk about that in the future. We had correspondence, yeah, that's the one about BC Ferries, which asked us to meet with them to talk about the Ferry Advisory Committee, and the board is going to do that. What else? Pages are all stuck together. So then we had correspondence from Foundry Cathat project manager asking to have someone come back and report on whether we will appoint a director to the Foundry Cathat anchor table, and they're setting up some social services in the Cathat area, so we responded that we wanted more information from them. Powell River Regional Cemetery has an interesting project going on called the Wind Phone, and that basically is to set up something like a payphone arrangement at the cemetery. People can have discussions that they might want to have in a peaceful place in the cemetery. And that was August 7th, basically. Quick meeting. August 28th, we had another meeting, and this one was a board on the road meeting at Texada. We had it at the hall in Texada, and all of the regional district directors got to tour all the facilities on Texada, including the airport and other regional district assets. It was an interesting day. We were over on the island all day, saw all the high points. We had correspondence from Paul McMahon asking about the Resource Recovery Center and details on that, and that was referred to regional district staff to reply, and I'm waiting to see the reply that the board has for Mr. McMahon. And financial assistance for shoreline cleanup events took place, and the board decided to reallocate $2,500 of funding from the Ocean Pacific Depot operations budget to the Coastal Cleanup Program for 2024, and adding $10,000 a year each year in future budget for the Coastal Cleanup Program. And that'll be in order to do basically the coastal cleanup projects that are managed by the regional district. And we nominated Director Fall to submit an expression of interest as a candidate on the Recycle BC Advisory Committee to provide input and advice on the packaging and printed paper product stewardship programs to represent the interests of isolated regional districts, and that's a province-wide committee to deal with all the issues. And really one of the big issues is recycling of commercial cardboard, which is having a big effect that the province decided to withdraw their local facilities for doing that. And it's having an impact in places we might not think about. One of the places it's having an impact is thrift stores, because people will bring their donations to the thrift store. 90% of the time when they do that, they bring them in big cardboard boxes. So the thrift store ends up with piles of cardboard boxes that they have to find something to do with and somewhere to put, and an ecologically sensitive way of disposing of those. So this committee will be an opportunity to have some input on how to do that. We had an amendment to the board procedure bylaw, and it was a pretty straightforward and simple one, to move our meeting location from downstairs in the building on Marine Drive to upstairs to the new boardroom. And we had our first meeting there. The next board meeting was our first one in there. It's a bigger boardroom. There's a little more elbow room for the directors, and there's room for way more members of the public, probably 15, 20 members of the public can now get into that room, which is going to be a nice opportunity to see the public at hand. We did a rising report from the in-camera session, and the in-camera decision that I want to report on was that the board has directed staff to engage the Ocean Legacy Foundation to establish a new recycling program agreement and redesign of the ocean plastic recycling depot operations for use at the QRD's Resource Recovery Center. So that's to facilitate ocean cleanup. So when we have programs to go and clean up a beach and they have to take the stuff that's collected somewhere, it'll be taken to the Resource Recovery Center and dropped off there and recycled from that point. And moving right along, we come to September 24th, which was a shorter meeting and back in the brand new boardroom. But there we had a request from Maddie Ewell, Powell River Education Services Society, to request a QRD board member to participate in the community-based services consultation on local services to children with disabilities. And the board made a motion to appoint 1 or 2 cassette district directors to the community-based service consultation for local services to children with disabilities committee as requested by the Educational Services Society. So more social programs that may be taken care of and input from the regional district there. And we got and received the second quarter's 2024 strategic plan progress report, which happens obviously once a quarter in the regional district, but to review our progress on that plan. So that's what I had to report, and I don't know if Councillor Elliott has anything to add.
Well, so in my notes for August 7th, and it was so long ago, I can't remember correctly, I had a Rise report for that too. Did you not?
I think it was. I don't know if I circled it as something I want to talk about.
Because I can review the Rise report. I just want to make sure I'm not wrong.
Okay, well, I'll check you up on that.
Please help me, because I think we should report on that if I'm right about it.
There were 3 Verizon report items on the August 7th one.
Okay, I can review those because it sounds like my notes are not off then.
They were all regional district applicable things.
Yeah, so we had a Rise report on August 7th regional district meeting. The design build contract with Dawn Constructing Limited for the Northside Community Recreation Center design build project in Lund was chosen. They approved purchase and installation of the LED lighting for Texada Island Health Center. Accepted a new lease format for Texada Airport hangar. And we also were having our last meeting in that boardroom, and the next one was going to be at the Board on the Road in Texada, and then the new boardroom upstairs in the regional district office. And so those were our Horizon reports. I also had some correspondence items that I thought were good. We wrote a letter, or we were asking to write a letter, I can't remember that, to the Ministry of Housing reiterating our position to rescind Bill 45 because it was restricting areas without bylaws or something from participating, and it was hard for area to access funds for the housing or benefit from that bill. So we wanted that it rescinded, and it was also confusing as far as how we implement some of the items in there in areas that were outside of city centers. There was some stuff on the consent agenda, but I think George got all of that. On the August 28th Board on the Road, we approved staff to apply for a $50,000 grant for the Ministry of Municipal Affairs for the Lund Water System Renewal Project. And that is all I had to add to Councillor Dout's very comprehensive list.
Just want to add to Councillor Elliott's explanation about the letter that the board had written to the minister and complaining basically that the regional district was not part of the group of regional districts where you could get a financial incentive to build a secondary suite from the provincial government. And the government wrote back saying that they weren't providing those grants to any regional districts that did not have a building inspection service. And because that regional district has decided many times that they don't want to have a building inspection service, and the provincial government's point of view was they didn't want to contribute to building suites that weren't properly inspected and didn't necessarily meet the BC building code. So still an open question to be argued perhaps next week at the UBCM.
Well, that's interesting. I have one question, directors, and it's a sensitive question because it involves finances. And that is, someone brought it to my attention that in terms of our new resource center, there was a report in terms of some costs associated with that build on a 30-year scale from the RD. No mention of city costs, but am I talking about something that was not discussed at the RD meeting?
I think you're talking about something that has not yet been discussed at a regional district board meeting.
Sure. So I think you're referring to a report that was bought through the finance committee. And so we report out on regional board meetings. It has not made it to the regional board. And so we don't report out on all the subcommittees.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, moving along on tonight's, thank you for the reports. And we move along to bylaws, item 10.1. Draft bylaw 2759, cannabis business license fee update.
Sure.
This is the Director of Planning Services. Yes.
Since the time is about 5 to 9, and we're getting into the heart of the matter for the next 4 or 5 topics, I'm wondering if we can take a 5-minute stretch break before we dive into the meeting.
It's a good idea, Councilor Almeida. It's 6 minutes to 9 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 9.
You can go find the minutes of the finance committee, and you can, very illuminating.
Okay, we've got counselors back in their seats, CAO in place, and Mr. Gao at the podium. So, Mr. Gao, you are going to talk about the draft bylaw 2759 cannabis business license fee update. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. The purpose of this report is to consider issuing notice and giving first reading to City of Powell River Business License Bylaw 2226-2010 Amendment Bylaw number 274059 2024, which is a bylaw proposing to reduce business license fees charged to retail recreational cannabis stores. Going back to March of this year, staff were directed to report back to council and make some recommendations to reduce business license fees charged to retail recreational cannabis stores in Powell River. So I am here today to make that recommendation. Essentially, the bylaw that is before you, a draft bylaw, proposes annual licensing fees for recreational cannabis retail stores be amended to align with business license fees for any other retail business. The annual licensing fee would then be calculated based on a store's operational footprint and number of employees as opposed to a flat rate of $2,000 per year. Staff anticipate that most cannabis retail stores will pay either $180 or $300 annually for their license. Now, to be clear, staff are recommending that the one-time application fee for new applications, which is $2,000, would remain. And the intent of this application fee is to cover the cost of upfront expenditures related to public notification and recommendations to the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch. Moving on to financial impacts, because there are some impacts for a recommendation of this nature. A reduced business license fee charged to retail recreational cannabis stores would result in a decreased revenue for the city. Using an example from 2023, city issued 6 licenses to cannabis retail stores for a total of $12,000 in revenue. Should the city move forward with readings to the proposed bylaw and ultimately adoption, annual revenues associated with retail cannabis stores, again, if these stores would be paying $180. So in 2023, we're making the assumption that those would be what we refer to as a tier 3 business. They would be paying a total of $1,080. So that's a reduction of $10,920. The cannabis retail store revenue represents just 4% of total business license fees charged in 2023. So the overall financial impact is modest, representing the equivalent of a 0.05% increase to property taxes. Now, there is some more analysis in the report that I didn't go into. Happy to speak to that, and that's really perhaps the rationale, if council's wishing to consider this further, why we might consider reducing the fees from $2,000 to what other businesses pay. But Appendix B is the research that staff did, and it's worth looking at that while there's a lot of communities that still have higher fees associated with recreational cannabis stores, there's a lot that have moved away from those initial licensing fees that we saw in 2018. So we would be within the pack if we decided to move or if council opted to adopt this bylaw. Thank you.
Mr. Gao, question, Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Chair. Would it be fair to say that the cities that have much higher fees are larger cities where the businesses would see a whole lot greater volume? That was a correspondence I thought I saw.
Through the chair to Councillor Southcott. I was agreeing with the comment that they're larger cities, and then the idea of volume. I'm not going to comment on that. I'm not quite sure, but I will point out one that jumps out at me: City of North Van, and it's on my radar these days. It's a community of. It's not a massive community. I think 35,000 people is actually what it is, and so when you look at those fees, it doesn't jump off the page as being. I mean, it's still charging quite exorbitant fees. So some communities do use this way, this fee to bolster their business licensing program. Again, the request in early 2024 was to be a bit more fair and that's something for council to consider.
Thank you. Scott, got anything further?
Nope, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Isakson.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to staff, one comment I think that was made during the original delegation was that that we're supposed to charge a cost recovery for business license fees, and to do more than that is actually not aligned with the community charter. And I could be misquoting the delegation. I'm trying to remember. Can you speak to, is it about encouraging what we want and discouraging what we don't want, or is it meant to be solely cost recovery?
So cost recovery objectives, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Isakson, cost recovery objectives should actually be considered more broadly in that we're looking at an entire program, not just one unique business, meaning that the city has the ability to look differently at different types of businesses. I think again, going into the rationale as to why there were those high costs at the outset, was there was a lot of unknowns, and there was a lot of establishment or framework development in terms of building policy around this new business type. I think it's appropriate for council to consider a reduction at this time. Those upfront costs, even if we were operating 6 businesses over the 5 years or 6 years, have been met, to be fair, but I wouldn't say they've been met by a large sum. There was a tremendous number of hours that went into those first years, engagement, development of policy, staff time presenting to council. And so I think if I'm perhaps moving away from your question, and if I'm trying to move back to it, I would just point out that cost recovery is not a one single entity, and it shouldn't be. So the idea of fairness is probably not accurate, and that the city is allowed to charge in different ways. And I would point out short-term rentals as another way that the city has a different approach to how we looked at vacation rentals and short-term rentals, which we don't now. So another loss in terms of business licensing revenue.
Thank you.
Councillor Isakson, anything further? Seeing none, would somebody like to make the recommendation? Question. Councillor Salzak, we're right ahead.
Move that City of Powell River Business License Bylaw 2226-2010, Amendment Bylaw 2759-2024 be read a first time. That council affirms that it has considered reasonable notice requirements for proposed City of Powell River Business License Bylaw 2226-2010, Amendment Bylaw 2759-2024, and further that council directs staff to issue notice of council's intent to consider additional readings and adoption of City of Powell River Business License Bylaw 2226-2010, Amendment Bylaw 2759-2024 at a future council meeting pursuant to the Community Charter Section 59, Sub 2.
Moved by Councillor Selcott, seconded by Councillor Almeida. Any further comments, questions? Councillor Isakson.
Yeah, knowing that this is that business license fees and cost recovery and fairness is part of a larger package. I think it's I think we are lucky in this community not being on a highway and on a through route, because there are many communities, smaller communities, that are on through routes, and I think they use these sorts of fees because there are so many cannabis stores, and any type of store where there's too many of that aren't necessarily serving the local community and are serving through traffic, I don't think is a good thing. So I feel like we're lucky that we're not on a highway, because I think that the impact to other communities isn't great. And I have nothing against cannabis stores and those who use cannabis, but when I think about our revenue and our expenses and where we get money from, this is a place where I would be okay to get a bit more money from. And so I'm kind of like wishy-washy on this motion. If it passes, I won't be tremendously upset. And if it fails or something else is proposed, I'm also open to that.
Councillor Isakson, seeing no further hands, and Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few similar thoughts, I guess, to Councillor Isakson, because when this was first brought forward as a delegation, I was intrigued in a way because the higher initial licensing fee hadn't stopped 6 different locations from opening up in town, which almost matches the number of pharmacies we have in town. So I found it a little humorous. I'm not opposed to the reduction. I think based on the table that we currently have, I'd prefer to see a tier 4 and maybe make some sort of adjustment down the road that tier 4 applies to certain industries of the nature, cannabis, smoking, and maybe vaping type industries. But that's just a personal thought. So I could go either direction, I guess. But yeah, that was my thought.
Thank you, Councillor Almeida. Seeing no other comments, call the question. All in favor? Those opposed? One opposed. Thank you. We now move to item 10.2, draft bylaw 2754, zoning amendment 124, Director of Planning Services. I'm on the right item, aren't I? Yes.
The chair to acting Mayor Palm. I wasn't intending to present. I did present at Committee of the Whole a number of months. It was a long time ago, it seems, and I'm happy to give a summary of the proposal if that helps, or I could be here for questions.
Councillor Isaac, do you have a question?
Yeah, one of the requests in the correspondence from the proponents spoke to the development permit process, and I'm wondering if I don't know if you want me to read it out, but if you could speak to the possibility of that happening, or whether it aligns with like good practice or legislation that you have to follow as a planner.
Through the chair to Councillor Isakson, it would be very helpful if you could read it out. I did read it today, and I read it very quickly, but.
Yeah, I'll read it. So the request was, further to this, we ask that once ready to construct homes, that a development permit requirement be deleted and development guidelines can be checked at the building permit stage.
The chair to Councillor Isakson, the request is essentially a request to amend the official community plan because our development permit live in the official community plan. So you're looking at an amendment to that document. My concern is the authority that form and character development permits and the power where that comes from in the Local Government Act, and that doesn't exist at the building permit stage. There is a limited discretion at development permit, but there's still that interpretation that one can use, and so that's where those guidelines come from through powers, as I said, the Local Government Act, but the building permit, the BC Building Code is pretty straightforward. You meet the requirements of the BC Building Code and you get your permit, and there is no form and character consideration. So it would be a bit of a toothless exercise.
A follow-up question, or not a follow-up, different question. One piece of correspondence that we received for the public expressed some concerns about lot lines and like things that are improperly surveyed or unclear. And so if you could just confirm that like proper surveying would be a part of any process to make sure that the property lines are accurate and not assumed based on historical use.
Absolutely, through the chair to Councillor Isakson. Again, subdivision is the time when a land surveyor would go out and post pins and confirm that property lines are accurate.
Thanks.
Councillor Elliott, followed by Councillor Selcott.
Thank you, Chair. So we've had a couple of delegations from the proponents discussing what they would like to see removed from the proposed bylaw. Could you speak to whether those are possible without adding extra process, or what the process would be to if we were interested in entertaining that?
Absolutely, through the chair to Councillor Elliott. So today before you, you have a bylaw and that the recommendations in that bylaw the recommendation for that bylaw includes some subject conditions. And it's those subject conditions that you today, as a council, could amend together, and that would reduce the requirements related to restrictive covenants that require 2 units per lot is one of the asks or requests of the applicant, and the second one related to the community amenity contribution. So again, those are before you today. The bylaw hasn't been given any reading, so you're in a position to propose an amendment to the recommendation before you.
Thank you. I just wanted to, we don't have to do, we haven't read it a first or second time, so we wouldn't have to redo notices or anything like that, hey?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Southcott?
Thank you, Chair. Normally, in the process, as I'm familiar with it, a proponent, a developer will bring, or the development permit will be brought to council. And what council is responsible to make a decision on is pretty narrow. But if council doesn't approve or something has to be changed at that point, it's quite possible that the plans that would then be presented to acquire a building permit would need to be changed as well. That's what I understand. The question is, would it not be possible for a developer to present both application for development permit and building permit at the same time, and therefore consolidate this work? Of course, I would understand that would present a risk to the developer, but would that be possible to make it easier for the developer?
To the chair, to Councillor Southcott. So the Planning Services Department does not accept building permits until a DP has been issued. But I will point out that over the years and through many communications with Council, Planning Services has received more delegated authority as it relates to development permits. So the vast majority of development permits that are actually processed by the city today are being done by staff because we have delegated authority to issue development permits related now up to 4 units in line with Bill 44. So the large majority of development permits that Council is seeing and approving are related to large multifamily projects that are more than 4 units. Myself and the applicant have been working hand in hand for many years to process 2 or 3 properties at a time so that it's quite streamlined in our ability to process a DP internally. First of all, there's a less of a cost to it. It's not a major development permit, it's a minor development permit. I believe it's $300 per application versus a $900 plus every 100 square meters added of gross floor area. So a reduced cost, and the efficiencies, it's about a month at most to issue that development permit.
The question, if I may.
Sure, right ahead.
I hope that can help satisfy the request on Mr. Agius's letter. My second question has to do with correspondence received today from a neighbor of this development, and it relates to trees that he reports contain raven nests. I don't think ravens are protected species, but is there any likelihood of consideration for that concern? I really have no idea what the answer might be on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Southcott, I would say that the concern or the consideration revolves around nesting season and prohibiting tree removal during that nesting season. Yeah.
Well, seeing no further hands in the air, I just got to have a couple of comments. And one, I don't know how many times in this chamber I have heard someone express the fact that we need more affordable housing in this community. It's far more than this. And by putting up roadblocks such as items 2B, the minimum density of 2 dwellings per lot, be achieved over the entire development of 54 lots, which is going to take several years. We are very much slowing down the building of housing with this on the docket. So there's two items here. Before I get to the two items, I just want to know, you to know that in my close communication with political leaders that have visited Powell River, I have asked the question, what is the number one issue for the upcoming election in British Columbia? The answer? Affordability. 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 Our youth, our people seeking housing need affordable housing. 700 for the vast majority of young people is out of reach without help. 500, even that's a stretch. So I can live with 2D for now, and we can talk about rentals at the next meeting. But I am very much opposed to 2B at this point in time, and I'd like to see it struck. And I'm going to make the motion to see if there's a seconder here at this table that will join me. And my motion is to eliminate and delete our request of item 2B that mandates a minimum of density of 2 dwellings per lot be achieved over the entire development. Go right ahead.
This should probably be an amendment to a main motion, I believe, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, we have the main motion on the floor, don't we?
No, we
We
don't.
do.
You know,
No, we don't. Yeah.
No, not
I'm
yet.
asking questions right now, Councillor Palm.
Okay. There we go. We'll wait for the motion to be on the floor then.
Want me to read? the
Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. Comments and questions, I guess. So I'll start with a question. Director Gao, Mr. Agius had referred to his other development at Edgehill Properties on multiple occasions, both today and his previous delegation. Can you, based on the rough plan that's here today for this 54-unit development and what you know about Edgehill Crescent, what are the rough property sizes that compared to Edgehill versus this Artaban development ballpark in square footage or so?
Through the chair to Councillor Almeida, what's proposed here at ZA 124 is consistently smaller. Edgehill Crescent has some smaller lots, but they also have some quite large lots. So some cul-de-sacs create larger, over 1,000 square meter lots, which again is quite a bit larger than, or even our minimum in R1 and R2. So they're not apples to apples, if that is, whereas what's being proposed here is largely just pushing over that 300 square meter unit size.
Okay. The reason I ask is I see on MLS there's a few empty lots on Edgehill available for $200 and change, $300,000. So an empty lot on Artaban, if this proposal were to go through, might sell for a smaller amount, which would then make a smaller house in general compared to the $700,000 homes that are currently on the market on Edgehill.
Through the chair, I think it's probably a little out of my
Fair enough.
court, but yeah.
Good for now. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Almeida. Councillor Isakson.
I mean, I can help move.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I've skipped over Councillor Dell. Go ahead, Councillor Dell.
Yeah, I just want to be clear what we're talking about, because, people watching us will be maybe thinking a whole bunch of things about what we're doing and what we're not doing. But I think the bylaw that we're talking about reading is a subdivision that divides the big property into 2 lots, not 56 or 82 or 20, but 2 lots. Okay, and the item 2B that Councillor Palm is talking about, I'm going to read it. is a requirement that the applicant register a Section 219 restrictive covenant or covenants on the title of proposed Lot B, which is where these 54 units could be, in favor of the city that requires any future subdivision of these lands, not today, but sometime in the future, be by way of a bare land strata, that any future subdivision of the lands be in keeping with the proposed layout provided by the applicant attached to the report, and that's where you see the 54 lots. And 3, a minimum density of 2 dwelling units per lot to be achieved over the development. And the other one that has been talked about is item D in there, which is a requirement that the applicant be requested to work with staff to finalize a voluntary community amenity contribution in the form of affordable rental units secured within the residential development under the terms of a housing agreement. And that, to me, talks about a future bare land strata that would be worked out according to basically the detail provided. We're not deciding on that tonight. And a requirement that the applicant work with the city to work on affordable housing. And I agree with Councillor Palm. Everybody's talking about affordable housing, but nobody's finding a way to create it. And I think we need to do that. But I think I've laid out what we're really doing tonight. Is if we approve this, we're going to set in the process for a 2-lot subdivision, and the future that may include supportive or not supportive housing, sorry, that may include affordable housing and may include bare land subdivisions. Am I right about that?
Through the chair to Councillor Dowd, I would say it's a requirement that a future subdivision by way of bare land strata, and a requirement that a minimum of 2 dwelling units. But again, in future, those are covenants registered on title that would be, staff would ensure that that was being met at time of future development.
And the affordable housing is something to be worked out between the city and the owner.
Prior to adoption, much like we do with many other community energy contribution offers, we come before this council and we say, this is the offer that the applicant is making. And in this case, there was a suggestion by staff that it be in the form of units as opposed to dollar values contributed to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. I think the idea here was that of all the different parties that are proposing to develop housing in our community, inclusion's one of those that might actually really benefit from seeing affordable housing rental adjacent to the facility on Artaban.
Thanks. I look forward to engaging in the debate when we start doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. Councillor Isakson.
Well, to move us along, I'm going to read the first motion, and that allows us to actually get into the crux of the debate. The first motion is related to is kind of about public hearings. Do I have mostly, is that correct? Yeah. Okay, so this is kind of just housekeeping. So I move that council determines that City of Powell River Zoning Bylaw 2100-2006 Amendment Bylaw 2754-2024 is consistent with the City of Powell River Official Community Plan Bylaw 2370-2014. The sole purpose of the bylaw is to permit a development that is in whole or in part a residential development, and the residential component of the development accounts for at least half of the gross floor area of all buildings and structures proposed as part of the development, and further that holding a public hearing under Local Government Act Section 464 Part 3 for proposed City of Powell River Zoning Bylaw 2100-2006 Amendment Bylaw 2754-2024 is prohibited.
Thank you, Councillor Isaac. Seconded by Councillor Southcott.
And I can just speak to it to
Yes.
clarify for the public.
Right ahead.
As part of new provincial legislations, public hearings are prohibited in certain situations. For example, when a proposal is aligned with the official community plan and it's residential development and it meets these criteria. And so this motion says that we agree that these conditions have been met, and therefore a public hearing is prohibited based on provincial bylaw. And if that is true, then we can get into the crux of the actual bylaw being proposed, amendment bylaw being proposed.
Yep. And Councillor Dell.
Sure, I'm just curious about where we are. I think maybe I missed Councillor Isakson doing the first reading of bylaw 22, 26, 2020. Maybe I missed her reading that, because I don't think you can do what she read without doing first reading, because it refers to a bylaw that hasn't been given a first reading yet.
CIO, could you clarify for us?
Through the chair, I believe Councillor Isakson has caught her own error. Would you like to explain, Councillor Isakson, or?
We already did this in July.
That's right. Thank you.
It's actually just a point of clarification. What
Yes.
Councillor Isakson just read is in the minutes from the July 11th meeting as well. So we've actually read and approved what she just went through.
Yes.
I appreciate Councillor Isakson's answer and Councillor Almeida's, but are we recommending that the City of Powell River Business License Bylaw 22, 26, 2010 Amendment Bylaw be read a first time? Is that part of our motion? Because it's part of staff's recommendation too. Or has that changed?
We haven't got there yet.
You've totally got me confused now.
We on the cannabis one then still?
Councillor Mr. Gao, can you please help us out?
Through the chair, so the reference
Oh,
to,
wrong one. I'm confused.
is
I
correct.
was referring to that,
Okay, thank you.
and that's wrong. Sorry about that.
Right.
It's been a long day.
So I just want to be clear. We've already voted on this previously at the Committee of the Whole. Now it's coming to council. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. There's a couple of things. The recommendation, number one, because it was direction to staff and we needed to know whether or not we had support for our position that it was a prohibited public hearing, we needed to adjust our notice. And so that was something that happened. Somebody said July 11th. I'm a little bit, thank you, July 11th. Tonight, and so that what was voted on. The rest of it was just directed to a future council meeting.
So where does my concern fit into the equation here in terms of item 2B?
The recommendation tonight to be decided or for council to make a motion on is related to 2A, B, C, and D.
Okay, so right now, do we have a motion on the floor? No. So where in what is presented as a recommendation does item 2B present itself? The next part, which is bylaw 2746?
No,
No,
2100, 2006.
first, second, or third reading.
Tonight, you are looking at bylaw 2754.
Okay, so that's first reading.
You're considering first through third reading, up to 3 readings.
Okay.
And under the recommendation from the staff report, and I'm not quite sure how it's showing up in your agenda, you're looking at items 2A, B, C, and D. Those still need your consideration.
Yes, go right ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I think that the recommendations that Director Gao is referring to are in the report, but not actually written out in the agenda as we are used to making our motions off of the agenda. This one would have to be made out of the report to include all of the writing that he is referring to. And so when we read the motion, we could read it right out of the report rather than off of the agenda. There doesn't appear to be on the agenda a reference to any of those within those recommendations. It's just a reading motion. So I think the motions we need to be doing are the ones in the report.
Point of clarification. The readings in the report that Councillor Elliott's talking about were all voted on and carried in July 11th. They're in fact in the minutes of the July 11th meeting. Director Gao has included the report for conversation. Delegation earlier today has requested yet again that we amend those initial recommendations that staff had requested. And so the decision, and correct me if I'm wrong, the decision in front of us today is to choose readings of the bylaw as we have already sent it forward to council, or we make an amendment somewhat in line with the delegation's request or something different before, and we can still read it in the bylaw, or read the first reading if we make the amendments. Is that correct as well?
Chair, that is correct.
CAO, do you have comments?
Through the chair, if it's helpful, we pulled up some text that you can read, and if should you make an amendment, so you have that for reference. So if you wish to make an amendment, because you haven't made any done any readings yet, you can amend that text there, and Caitlin will try on the fly to capture any amendments should you wish. So the text is up there for you, so maybe take a minute because it's a lot and it's late. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Isakson.
Yeah, a question for clarity. So so for example, Councillor Palm is interested in striking out the third bullet under item 2B. And so are you suggesting that we, I guess, what specific text are we looking at before we go to the first reading? Because we can do a first reading with an with amended stuff, but the bylaw draft that is in our package doesn't actually refer to these things, and so it's unclear how we would make an amendment when that's not in the bylaw text.
That's what I was wondering.
So what sort of motion would we be looking to make if someone wanted to amend the conditions that are listed there?
Because the conditions aren't actually related, are listed in the bylaw at all anyway. So I'm just wondering about that.
Through the chair, this is perhaps something the CAO wants to help out with. I apologize that I use a printed report. I don't have the agenda on, and so that's where I lost you all. But perhaps the CAO can follow here in terms of. So if I can just maybe add, I'm coming up to speed. July 11th, the subject conditions were forwarded to this committee for your consideration by council. There was no readings of the bylaw. So should you wish to amend the subject conditions, you're asking about where that language lives.
Yep.
Having started some of the confusion, maybe I can try to help
Okay.
a little bit. Those of us who have our agendas on screen and look at the report that's in the package, and on page 6 of 7, options. Option 1 has 1, 2, 2A, B, C, and D. It goes through and talks about the implications, and I think if somebody wants to change the language, which I don't, that changing that language might be the way they want to approach it. It's on page 6 of 7 in the report in our electronic package. It's on mine anyway. I think other people could probably find the same thing there.
Yeah, so the confusion, I think, is when we go to the link that is the draft bylaw that we are supposedly reading, there is no reference to those conditions in the draft bylaw. And so we're wondering, the draft bylaw, where do those subject conditions, like they're not in Schedule 1, which makes up, and they're nowhere attached to that draft bylaw. So we're just trying to figure out what it is we're amending.
Councillor Southcott, question.
Could we not, thank you, Chair, could we not read the recommendation for the first reading and then amend the conditions? Amend the first reading according to, as Councillor Palm wants to do, move an amendment to that.
Well, we still need to know what we're amending. The subject conditions don't appear to be in the draft bylaw as attached to this agenda.
Okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott's point, so the draft or the subject conditions are never included in a draft bylaw. So the draft bylaw is simply amending the map, the zoning map, from one zone to another zone. That's what it is doing. And what we're saying is to the applicant, council will consider amending the zoning from this to this if you meet these subject conditions. And so if you are indicating that you would like to change the subject conditions, that is something that we can understand. We can take that those minutes and we can inform the applicant that subject conditions are no longer to A, B, C, and D. They're whatever you tell us to do today. And there's not a reason to issue notice. Again, it's just you're giving us direction today.
Okay.
Okay, so I can make a motion to what I want to do in terms of removal of bullet number, third bullet. Okay. We'll see if I get a second here. So I'd like to make a motion to remove the third bullet in item 2B. Seconded by Councillor Southcott. I'm sure for discussion. Councillor Almeida.
Thank you. Didn't want to interrupt with debate stuff during clarification. I am open to some modifications to the suggested requirements that staff had laid out that we agreed to earlier. I cannot vote in favor of this motion as is. I would not be opposed to deferring this and allowing staff and the applicant to come to terms on some better options. My feeling is currently as it stands, this helps the city maintain a dwellings per hectare ratio of 35:1, similar to another development on our agenda today, which better meets our housing needs assessment. I think if we remove this completely and eventually move it to a CD4, we open up a possibility with no plan in place. If there was a plan of this is how the development's going to shape, I'd be more open to hearing thoughts and ideas. But we've heard from the delegate and the applicant today that there's a lot of possibilities that could happen with this property when the rezoning happens. And that makes me a little uncomfortable at this point, as I don't know if it's going to be single family, multifamily, townhomes, or suites or whatnot. So I'm not opposed to deferring this to a future meeting and allowing staff and the applicant to work on better terms. But I can't vote for elimination of this on its own.
I just want to clarify why I am asking for this, and that is, I'm going to ask a question.
Put yourself on the speakers list.
If,
there.
sorry?
You have to put yourself on the speakers.
I'm on the list.
Oh.
So if I remove bullet 3, and there is nothing to say if it's removed, that whoever is going to build on that lot in the future cannot add, but would be restricted like any other lot in the city in CD4 from adding a second dwelling. Is that correct?
Through the chair. That is correct. And in fact, they could build up to 4 units based on Bill 44.
Thank you. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. So at the time when we forwarded this to council as is, I clarified at that time that we could hear from the proponent because I wasn't sure that the proponent was on board with all of this at that time. The proposal for this is to create affordable lots by having them be bare land strata, I think is the way it goes, which alleviates the city from maintaining roads and all kinds of things and takes out some of the requirements of the works and services for each individual lot that the city would have. Is that correct? I believe that was part of the reasoning is because it's owned by the strata, not the city. And so we don't have the same level of rules attached to them. It was never proposed that each lot would have more than one unit, but that it was possible for, and of course legislation allows that to be. The proponent has clearly stated what they're looking for is to create these building lots at a cheaper price than anybody else because of the bare lot strata and not having the city having to maintain those costs. So that's the affordable piece that they're trying to accomplish. They're trying to offer up lots cheaper than anyone else, which helps the end cost of houses. So if you're comparing to a place that hasn't done that cost is going to be different. So I just want to talk a little bit about back at AVICC, I went to, it was called a Housing ×3 workshop. And one of the presenters at that workshop was the Victoria House Builders Association. And some of the stuff they had to say there was quite educational for me. The average cost for a BC build is $991,440. The average in Canada, across Canada, is $685,809. So there are areas of Ontario and some other places in Canada that are on par with BC, but BC is by far one of the most expensive jurisdictions in Canada to build a house. Some of that has to do, and a lot of it has to do with the BC Building Code and what municipalities are required to do and how they implement the restrictions that they have. So streamlining approvals is one of the recommendations to allow for less stop points throughout the process. But the other piece that municipalities can do is make sure that when somebody's coming to do permits at our city, that they understand coming in the door how they're going to get to where they want to go, and that they don't have a bunch of surprises along the way. When we develop an idea and try to make a restriction that they couldn't have possibly seen coming in the door or planned for, we are adding costs to that already astronomical high cost of building, just because the whole planning process then has to shift to accommodate whatever it is we're doing. The proposal coming in the door is to create really cheap building lots, or as cheap as they can, 54 of them in our community. They never contemplated being rentals, or having rentals, or being in charge of rentals. They never contemplated requiring people to build more than one unit, but they wanted to make that available if that's what people wanted to do with their cheaper lots. And some people probably will do that. I'm in favor of clear zoning, making through our community planning, our official community plan, making it super clear where we want multifamilies, where we want to encourage higher densities through our zoning. And then if we don't want to contemplate a zoning change, we don't have to, it doesn't add burden. Right now, we have a lot of zones that don't match what we want to accomplish. So we're having zoning changes, and a lot of those we're in favor of because they create more housing. In this case, I am in favor of this amendment because I don't think that we're asking, I don't think we should be asking a proponent to do CD4 plus all of this other, plus this other restriction, if that's not what they're contemplating doing, because they didn't ask for that. If we want to change, if we don't want that here, we just don't approve the zoning change. We're either should be contemplating what it is they want and have asked for, or we just say no to the whole change. I don't think we should be dreaming up stuff. Well, we didn't dream it up. I would love to see that density there. I think that would be a good thing, but it's not what they want to do. And it's not, and they're the ones that are trying to invest in our city. I don't want to make it hard for developers to apply for stuff here at the city. I want to make that as easy as possible. Yes, I'd like to see us zone up areas where we want high density, but we didn't do that yet. And so that's not something that developers can get from us by looking at our official community plan or our zoning bylaws. So I'm in favor of the change. I think their proposal to create cheaper lots with the strata that they've proposed is a good idea, and I'd like to give them the chance to do that. So I'm in favor of the change.
Thank you, Chair. I also support this amendment because there's a critical difference between development as it usually occurs in our community and this particular development for me, and that is that this is a nonprofit housing provider inclusion. So, and I'm not going to refer to the community here, but that critical difference, and also I've known the developer for Mr. Agius for a long time, and I don't consider any developer in this community, and also Mr. Morris, more progressive and unselfish than these two. So the critical factor is that this is nonprofit, and it is, I appreciate and respect the intentions provided. There could be the kind of density that we're looking for, and in spite of looking for maximizing tax over land area, I do support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Scott. Next up, we have Councillor Delp, followed by Councillor Isakson.
So I don't support this amendment. And I think it's been made clear to Councillor Sutherland. But opponents, this is not a nonprofit subdivision. Inclusion is a nonprofit, and they do provide affordable housing in a nonprofit environment. This subdivision, and I've heard the proponents say, they're doing this part to make money to support their nonprofit operation, not a nonprofit. And we have small lots. We've got CD4 lots in the neighborhood, and the hope of council and the hope of planning when they did the CD4 lots was that some of those CD4 lots might have 2 or 3 or even 4 residences on there, and that's not what's happening. The CD4 lots are having houses built on them that are $600,000, $700,000 lots. It's one residence, don't have the density, not being built because it's profitable. Something. If we don't try to increase density, if we don't do anything to increase density, density is not accidentally going to show up. Provide the buildings, it takes effort to do it. So I think at some point we're going to have to start actually doing something as a council to encourage and to do what we can to get some affordable housing and some multifamily housing. In this case, it's just a requirement for 2 dwellings. A main home and a basement suite serves that perfectly. And those are both things that are needed in our community. And that's why I'm opposed to this. I'm not going to speak on it a bunch of times, just clarifying why I'm opposed to the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Doubt. That was very clear. Councillor Isakson.
Thank you, Chair. So just a reminder that this overall conversation is about rezoning. The current conversation technically is about the amendment to the conditions, but for me, they're all tied in together because the thing that I'm really concerned about, the two things that I'm concerned about are density and affordability. And regarding density, I'm interested in using the levers that we have when they come to us. And one of the levers we have is around rezoning. It's currently zoned institutional. And so whether it goes to CD4 or multifamily, this is a lever that we have. And so this is one of the situations where if this amendment passes, I will likely not be in support of the main motion because I'm looking for more density in a place that is so close to community amenities in the neighborhood core. I'm looking, again, 30, 50, 60, 100 years into the future, these homes are going to be built and will last that long. And I think we need to be making those decisions around density right now. The affordability piece, there are zero guarantees about affordability. Yes, inclusion is a proponent, but once rezoning happens, they can sell the land. So to me, it's about evaluating the proposal on its merits. From that standpoint, I'm actually okay with removing requirement D about the affordable rental housing and instead going back to the usual practice of the financial contribution. But for me, in order to meet the density under CD4, I support the 2 dwelling units per lot because with a CD4 rezone or zone, this would be a condition to be able to get that density similar to what we have approved on Manson, one of the one of the projects that will be coming forward to us next up on the agenda. So, to me, it's like half dozen of one or two or half dozen of one, 6 of the other. If this amendment passes, I wouldn't support the original, but if this amendment fails, I could support the original. So I think given where this conversation might go, I don't think I support this amendment to the conditions.
Say a couple of words. First of all, I'll start by saying we have a housing crisis in our community at the present time, not 50 years down the road. We need to deal with something now. From the start of this term, we've talked about housing and more housing. And have we seen any? Yes. Absolutely not. From what we are doing here for the past 2 years, we have an opportunity with a great provider to step forward. I am worried, and the wording I see on this page that states that if these are going forward as proposed, that would be detrimental to Inclusion Powell River moving forward on this project. And again, we would kill another one. Is that what we want to do tonight? I think not. And I can live overall with having staff negotiate 2D on rentals, because that's yet to be determined. That dialogue still has to take place, and it can come back to us later on. But 54 lots from a great provider called Inclusion that needs funding to survive, as we heard earlier, I'm in full support of this project moving forward as soon as possible. And 3, this is a great community need that is affordable at this time. I don't think I can say it any clearer. So I will support the motion on the floor for the purpose of moving the project forward. So I'm going to call the motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is defeated. Yes.
Chair, what I'd like to suggest or propose a motion, instead of the recommendation to read the first bylaw, I would like to move that we defer this first reading to October, November, depending on staff and the applicant. And because I'm not opposed to the development either, but I would like to see some better conditions that both staff and the applicant can agree on that would help meet the city's needs. So I would like to see us defer this to later this fall. I'm hoping a month or so would be enough time for staff and the applicant to discuss this, knowing the concerns on all three sides of the table, including us, and come back to it, later this fall, if that's allowed.
Through the chair, sorry, beg your pardon. I think Council.
We have a new motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Almeida, seconded by Councillor Doubt. And that motion is to defer this item until October at a future council meeting. Correct? Hey, so, okay, you want to talk to it?
Just a little bit of
Isakson.
Just a little bit added comment. Earlier, Ms. Van Samang commented about the PTE exception at $150,000. I did want to clarify what was on our sheet from 2 days ago was $71,000. And that's been the challenging part for me is I see information and I'd love to trust Mr. Agius on the plan to have affordable housing. That's what I want to see. But there's no direct plan that I can see that. And as Councillor Elliott pointed out, we don't know what the future plan for the development is other than the promise of affordable housing. So I would like to see something more, concrete might not be the best word, but something a little bit more in a plan to help move this forward. And I would love to see some development going on there.
Councillor Almeida, Councillor Isakson.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a difficult situation for the proponent because what they want is certainty and for this to move along. And I think unfortunately for the proponent, the votes tonight might change if our council chambers were full. With all seven of us, I feel like if we took care of this tonight, then that gives let me think here. If we took care of this tonight by either, sorry, I'm thinking all the potential paths forward and what works better for people. Like either way, I think if we approve it because we didn't accept the amendment, I think either way, the proponent will likely want to either reapply or negotiate with staff. And so I don't even think that this motion is necessary. It just delays things. That's my initial read situation.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm in favor of deferral to October. I think reapplication is expensive and time consuming because you're back at the gate and it takes quite a while to get an application through. I think if we can sort things out with this application, it's more expedient for everybody involved. And a full house on council would give a more definitive decision. I think we're struggling a bit because split votes aren't the best way to make decisions. It's nicer to have clarity there. So I'm in favor of deferral. And one of the things that I heard earlier, and I'm also in favor of, is striking the part about in the form of affordable rental units and just leave it at a community amenity contribution that could be, offered up in the form of money or rental units if that's what they decided. But it sounds to me like they weren't interested in becoming rental unit owners. And they weren't sure that there would be anybody who wanted to be rental unit owners. And so that uncertainty there was evident in the presentation from the delegation. So I'm in favor of that deferral, and it also gives, this is the first, we made all these decisions without hearing from the proponent. And now the proponent has the value of hearing from council. And they could come back to staff with maybe something that works better for all of them. And then we may be in a situation where we're just able to approve what everybody thinks is going to work. If not, then we're hopefully dealing with a council of 7 and we're not split on the votes.
Thank you for speaking to the motion on the floor. I'm going to just weigh in here for a second. First of all, we have a 3-3 split vote. I'm not happy about that and such a sensitive item. So I'm proposing that we add to Councillor Almeida's motion a specific date for this to be brought back, which would be October 10th, since I believe the mayor will be in the gallery, or at least on screen. And at that time, that would give the proponents time to meet with Mr. Gao, having heard the discussion here tonight, have some dialogue, which, as I have learned over many years, works to solve problems. I like to see that happen. And then we can rehash this with the mayor in the chamber and deal with it at that point. Mr. Gao.
Through the chair, I think it would be helpful for staff to understand some idea where council might want to see us land. This is a simple mathematical equation. This is 35 units per hectare. This is what Mr. Rabane is providing, and you'll see this bylaw come up before you next. It is the number that I'm using when I'm dealing with all developers, and it can be cut many different ways. Single family with a restrictive covenant to require 2 units. It could be in the form of multifamily, the most affordable market housing that could be built. So there's lots of different ways that this could be, but I do want to just highlight that 35 units per hectare has been a standard practice for the last couple of years. That's where we're pushing. Our housing needs assessment speaks directly to this. This is our need. Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Dowd.
I'd like to go ahead and pass this motion. It's already 10:15. We've got a long agenda tonight. I think if we just brainstorm and spend 5 or 6 hours trying to talk about different options, we would spend 5 or 6 hours and be no further ahead and have 5 or 6 options. So, you know, what Councillor Palm wants us to do, what Councillor Almeida wants us to do is wait until the mayor is here, and we hear he's going to be here on October the 10th. So I'm in favor of postponing this till then.
So I'm going
Hopefully
to
everybody can get their ducks in a row and know what they want to do.
and we can have some further dialogue between staff and the proponents and see if there's anything else that may come up. So I'm going to call the motion on the floor to defer.
Is that the amendment?
That is the amendments on the floor to
So you're
defer.
calling
this.
the amendment though for adding October 10th?
Councillor Almeida's motion. That's on the floor at the moment to defer this item to October 10th.
Right, but you made an amendment. I wondered if we'd voted on that yet.
It's on there.
Okay.
It got defeated. Okay, so all in favor of the motion to defer? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Now we can move forward.
Defeating it.
So we have item 10.3, draft bylaw 2746, zoning amendment 126, Director of Planning Services.
What street are we talking about?
Through the chair, I hope this is a relatively quick one. This is in relationship to draft bylaw or proposed zoning bylaw amendment 2746. This is the property at 5201 Manson Avenue. This is a memo before you is to let you know that staff are of the mind that Mr. Rabane has met the subject conditions related to his zoning bylaw application. The 5 conditions are listed in the memo, and staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment 2746 be adopted.
Mr. Gao, Councillor Dout, you're up first.
I move that the City of Powell River zoning bylaw 2100 2006 amendment bylaw 2746, 2024 be adopted.
Moved by Councillor Dowd, seconded by Councillor Isakson. Any further comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. We now move to item 10.4, draft bylaw 2746, parking lot bylaw amendment. Manager of Operational Services.
Test 1, 2. What's working? Sorry, I'm going to sit, if that's okay. Good evening, and through the chair. As part of the 2024 budget process, Council reviewed options to provide cost savings to operations and increase revenue. Out of these options, Council directed staff to increase parking fine amounts and rates for our city parking areas. So currently, the parking fine is $15 if paid before 7 days and $20 after that. Proposed is doubling that fine to $30 if paid early and extending the discount period to 14 days. By having a bigger incentive to pay early, the city would likely increase collections. And that's the penalties, and the other piece is the fees. Parking fees are currently $5 a day. These rates are below market rates. We are kind of the lowest in the region, I think, at the moment. The proposal is to raise them to $7.50 per day, and that would cover all the parking lots. And if you recall from the budget process, we had originally only talked about North Harbour Marina, South Harbour Wharf, and Moet Bay. It makes a lot of sense to add in the airport parking lot as well, as they are all currently the same rates, and this change would cover all of them. So that would be the change there. And moving forward on a yearly basis, the additional revenue increase per year is forecasted to be around $26,000 each year. And we are looking for the recommendation, if council chooses to do that, is the 3 readings to the amendment bylaw.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if there has been any folks out there that do a 30-day or 1 month early paying period. And the reason I wonder that is because many households plan their budgets kind of on a monthly basis, and if you are so unlucky as to get a parking ticket, a month to plan paying it might be very helpful. And if your budgets are tight, you would try very hard to pay the lower amount. And I'd hate to catch somebody between pay periods and not let them pay early. So I'm wondering if maybe that we could extend it not 14 days, but maybe 30 days.
Test 1, 2, is it working? Through the chair, we're not aware of that extension. This would match closer to our friends and neighbors, Vancouver being one of them, that those fines would match what they do as well.
I don't know if I'm the only.
Sorry, those who are, the 7 days matching what?
All of our neighbors.
All of our neighbors, all our
14 days.
surrounding communities?
The 7 days matches what Vancouver does, I believe.
14.
How about?
14. Yeah.
I'm going to just weigh in with one more question. How about the price that we're raising it to? Is that comparable?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just give you a quick synopsis of what that looks like. I'm talking about the rates, the hourly rates, sorry, the daily rates are proposed for $7.50. Campbell River is at $8. Comox is at $14 per day. Nanaimo is at $9 per day.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. Okay. Discussion. Almeida.
I move that the City of Powell River Parking Lot Bylaw 2313, 2012, Amendment Bylaw 2764, 2024 be given first reading.
Second.
Bring it on. All in favor? Unanimous.
Keep going. I move that City of Powell River Parking Lot Bylaw 2313, 2012, Amendment Bylaw 2764, 2024 be given second reading.
Moved by Councilor Almeida.
I just wondered if anyone else on council thought it was a good idea to have a longer early payment, or if it was just me. I'll move on, but I'd like to know.
I have a thought, I guess. I don't fully disagree with your thought, but I also feel, having been in a business for many years that collects money from people, the longer time period that's there, sometimes the more things enter our brain, and the thing from 3 weeks ago gets more easily forgotten. So I think 2 weeks keeps it top of mind, and hopefully prevents people from getting into the higher echelon fee.
Yeah, I'm kind of both minds. I think people, there's a situation that you describe, which is absolutely true. And then I can also imagine a situation where people who are in that situation with so many things on the go get to pay and then are having to pay more the next month. So I feel like we're going to catch people in either way. And so I think I support the bylaw as written.
Yes, we have a second reading on the floor. Comments? All in favor? Unanimous. And a third reading.
I move that the City of Powell River Parking Lot Bylaw 2313, 2012, Amendment Bylaw 2764, 2024 be given third reading.
I'll move to business, no one. We have new business. We have a letter dated August 12th, 2024 from the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs regarding UBCIC Resolution 2024 to 33, rejection of residential school denialism. And this was brought forward recommended by Councillor Selcott.
Thank you, Chair. Read the recommendation and then comment. I move that Council reaffirm Council's commitment made at the May 31, 2016 Committee of the Whole meeting, which reads that the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee final report be endorsed. The United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples be adopted, and that staff are directed to develop actions for approval by Council to implement the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Committee final report that explicitly recognize the role of municipal government. And further, that Council acknowledge and support the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs Council Reconciliation 2024-33.
So before we, is there a seconder? Councillor Almeida. Just before we move forward with comments, just say that we have previously passed in 2016 all of the 3 bullets in the middle of this resolution. The only addition is the last one, and further that Council acknowledge and support the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs Council Resolution 2024-30.
That's correct, Chair.
Councillor Almeida.
And just a small correction, to be particular. Councillor Southcott accidentally said Indian Chiefs Council Reconciliation 2024-33 at the end, which he meant to say resolution.
Thank you. So if I may, I was part of the council that passed the resolution or the recommendation in 2016. And there were actions that were taken after that, including, for example, the entire staff of the city had opportunity, and most took it to do a blanket exercise, which is something that was offered by a local organization here, just as an example. The reason why I am moving this at this time is because of the division that's in our community around issues that are specifically defined by the UBCIC's resolution. And it very distinctly devolves on human development work that I've been involved in since more than 30 years ago, mostly with men, but not just with men. There's a very simple experience I've had over that period of time, and that is where generally in those circumstances where I've been working in what is group work, someone has come in with a problem, an irreconcilable, unresolvable problem. One factor has made the difference. One factor has allowed for change. And it's never been what might have been preconceived. It's always something new. And that one factor, and that's for the individual and also for those who are part of a group that is listening to that individual, and that factor is listening. I've seen listening work, I guess what I could call small miracles. And so I think that as representatives of the dominant culture in our country and in our community, I think we are large enough and generous enough to commit ourselves to listen. I would love to see that happening in our community. I see small evidences of it in one program that has been initiated by the Westview ratepayers, which I very much appreciate. I see other evidences with other organizations. The Cathet Community Justice is another example. There are many people in this community who want to get back to communicating, trying to find our way to connection with each other and bridging the divisions that are very apparent now, not just to us, but anybody who's watching us. There's a second element to this, and that is generally when there are unresolved or seemingly irreconcilable problems that come into this work that I referred to, there's very often two factors involved, and of course, because I've been involved in that work, I see these factors in my community, and that is the feeling of being blamed, maybe undeservedly, individually, being shamed. These are very deep factors that push buttons deeply for any of us. So that also can be approached by listening. And I would hope that we are also large enough and generous enough to listen, to hopefully find ways to resolve those kinds of feelings, if those are indeed what exist. These are my reasons. They come out of my experience. They are probably as central to why I'm sitting at this table as anything. And I'm grateful to be able to bring this resolution. I will finally just say that the reason why I've referred to the BC Union of BC Indian Chiefs Council is resolution is because I want to see us be large enough and generous enough simply to listen without judgment, without feeling blamed, without feeling shamed, and then move on from there. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Stuart. Councillor Isakson.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Southcott for bringing this forward. I had been considering working on something earlier this summer, and so when I saw the UBCIC correspondence to us, I really appreciate Councillor Southcott for taking that initiative. I also want to thank UBCIC for their labor in creating their resolution. It's labor that they should not have had to do, but I appreciate that they have done it. A lot of the language that has been in our council chambers and public meetings, in our Facebook groups, has had real impact recently on residential school survivors and their families who are re-traumatized every time residential school denialism pops up. And so the rationale for me in supporting this resolution is to make clear council's position to the public, to Tla'amin Nation, to Indigenous residents here and around the province about what the will of council is and what we affirm as it relates to the findings of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the experiences of survivors of residential schools. And I think one of the reasons that we need to make this clear is council's current position is unclear to many. So I've received questions about delegations, and people don't necessarily understand how delegations come to council, not realizing that anyone can request to be a delegation. People think that we invite them and that those delegations represent the will of council, even though they don't. So there needs to be some clarity around that. Some delegations have, questioned the experience.
Mr. Isakson, how did we get onto the topic of delegations here and in regard to this item? I'm speaking to the motion as to why it's necessary, why people may not be clear about council's position on this topic. Delegations questioning the experiences of residential school survivors, and also correspondence to council denigrating the Agius language. And so one reason that current positions council is unclear. And to be frank, another reason that council's current position is unclear is because of comments of members of council in public gatherings. Council member making a reference to the great work of the group called Concerned Citizens are doing, and that we will fight together and let's move forward with the great name of Pal River. These are things that stir up really hard emotions as it relates to residential school survivors. A member of council saying that we need to take a holistic view of residential schools and that for some there was a net positive. These are things that, again, re-traumatize residential school survivors and their families and make it less clear to the public what council position is. So again, the rationale for me is to make it clear to the public, to Tla'amin Nation, to Indigenous residents in our community and around the province that we affirm the UBCIC resolution, and also that we reaffirm as this council the commitment made previously by the previous council.
And that's my rationale for supporting it. I do actually have a couple of amendments, but I will wait to hear from other members of council to see if I want to reword them or not make them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isakson. Councillor Dope.
And I also want to thank Councillor Southcott for bringing this up, because people in the community have listened to what's been said and broadcast and rebroadcast on from this room and on Facebook and different places, have asked me what council's position is and when council will speak up for its position. I think now is a perfect time for council to reaffirm our commitment previously that we were committed to the calls for action in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee final report, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and our request to staff, our direction to staff to develop actions for the approval of council to implement the calls for truth and reconciliation. There are 94 calls to action, and there are many things that municipalities can do. And I think it's time to reaffirm our direction to staff to work towards those things. Further to that, we have a letter from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs who single out the City of Powell River, Sechelt Council, Quesnel Council, West Vancouver Council, and Kamloops Council because of statements made in their council chambers and broadcast around the entire country. And it led the Union of BC Indian Chiefs to pass a resolution. And that's the one that we've talked about so far. But I want to tell you exactly what that resolution was that they felt necessary to send to us in particular. And it says, the council calls for all levels of government and the public to uphold the testimony of those with lived experience who survived and witnessed crimes and human rights violations at residential schools, along with the findings of experts and documentation of physical and archival evidence captured by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and by subsequent investigations by First Nations and partners at former residential school sites across Canada. Second bullet, implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action. Third bullet, advance policies that acknowledge and take responsibility for the history and harmful legacy of residential schools. And finally, support healing for survivors. I think we need to make that statement. I agree with Councillor Isakson. People are confused about what council's position is, partially because of the reaction of some members of council to delegations who have come here questioning the Truth and Reconciliation Committee's final report. So I'm in favor of doing this. I think it's the least we can do, and it tells the community where this council stands, what we believe in, what we don't. And finally, I'll just say I accept that the Truth and Reconciliation Committee final report is the truth. It's been inquired with many expert witnesses and in-person testimonies. I think we should accept it, quit criticizing the victims, and move on.
Not seeing any other hands in the air. I'm going to make a couple of comments. Okay, Councillor Elliott, go right ahead.
Hi, sorry for my delay. The letter is addressed specifically to our city. And once we decide on this resolution, I think we need another resolution to respond to this letter and let them know what we've decided. I've always taken great pride in being on a council that had a community accord and had accepted UNDRIP and had made reconciliation and relationships a priority. And I want to support the resolution because I support being that council. And it is disheartening that the Union of BC Indian Chiefs felt it necessary to write to our council to ask for this support. And I support this motion and thank Councillor Southcott for bringing it forward. And apologize for my lack of things to say because it's this entire situation has been really hard for me. So thank you.
Councillor Elliott, not seeing any further hands. I'm going to make a couple of comments. Sitting in the seat that I'm in tonight, I represent the mayor of Powell River. As the acting mayor, I'm aware that in terms of our mayor's position, when he saw this brought forward, he reached out to Councillor Southcott, and the suggestion from the mayor at that point in time was to politely ask Councillor Southcott to reconsider not bringing this forward this evening, but to agree to set up a face-to-face dialogue with a facilitator who has been in this chamber and expressed an interest to be involved in discussions between communities and governments, to put her fine expertise to work so that dialogue could properly take place and then move forward. That was the mayor's position. And obviously, with this on the docket tonight, Councillor Southcott did not think that was a good suggestion. So we see it, we have it before us. Now, I think there were maybe a few councillors here in 2016, I know I was, when we passed the first 3 bullets of the recommendation at that time, in support of Truth and Reconciliation Committee and final report that explicitly recognized the role of municipal governments. Everybody voted in favor. It was a unanimous vote. What we have tonight is an addition, with the addition of "and further," that Council acknowledge and support the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs Resolution 2024-33. Now, I know why, and I think I know why, even though I haven't asked the mayor, why he was hesitant to see this brought forward, because in terms of what the British Columbia Indian Chiefs have proposed, there are legal aspects to it in terms of censorship, in terms of freedom of speech, in terms of human rights in the charter. So I will not be voting on this item tonight. I will be abstaining for that reason. And I am going to ask staff to reach out to legal to get an explicit legal opinion in terms of what this represents this evening, because I have no idea. It's far too convoluted and far-reaching. And I don't want us putting the city in any type of legal jeopardy. And that's the rationale. And I'm going to make the motion before we vote on this motion, even though it's on the floor. And I'll make the motion that we ask staff to provide a report on what's before us tonight from our legal counsel. Do I have a seconder?
A point of order, Chair. I think you could propose an amendment to this motion, but otherwise you would need to either defer the current motion or have us vote on it before you make it a second motion. We have a motion on the floor right now.
You could make a motion to postpone to a subsequent meeting, and then we could make a motion after that.
Yep, I'll make a motion to postpone to a future meeting, and then revisit upon having legal opinion presented. Is there a seconder? Seeing none. That is not an amendment. So I'll call the question. And I would like to make sure that my vote, not my vote, but my abstention on this item is recorded.
Point of order, Chair. There are no such thing as abstentions in our voting. If you don't vote, your vote, it counts as in the affirmative. That's in the community charter.
Sorry, CAO, could you clarify how voting on an item such as this that has ramifications far-reaching?
Through the chair, Council Isakson is correct. So if you abstain, your vote is considered in favor of the motion on the floor.
If I abstain, I'm in favor,
Chair?
Through the chair, yes.
even though I verbally do not wish to vote.
Chair?
Through the chair, yes. If you, to show your opposition to it, you have to vote in the negative. Sorry, you have to oppose it. Beg your pardon. Thank you.
And do I have the prerogative to leave the room prior to taking the vote?
You do.
Okay, I'm
Through
gonna
the
step
chair, you
outside
can-
and pass
yeah.
the acting mayor's role to Councillor Selcott.
Sure. The debate on the motion is over, and I'd like to call the question.
I think Councillor Isakson had something she was asking.
Councillor Isakson.
It's actually an amendment or point of clarity. The motion as read right now refers to the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, and it's actually a commission. And so I want to make sure that we have that correct. So whether that was just
A typo, perhaps.
I'll move to amend the word committee
The commission.
in bullets 1 and 3 to commission.
And the main part of the body at the top.
Yeah.
Second amendment.
Discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Now back to the main motion. Any further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
So I just wanted to address the concern about needing legal advice. The addition of supporting the Union of BC Indian Chiefs request, their request is that we support the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's findings, which we've already voted to do so in the past, so it doesn't change our legal position on any of that. So I didn't agree that there's different legal ramifications to accepting the Truth and Reconciliation's final report and implementing those actions that relate to municipalities now that are different than they were before. And so I respectfully disagreed with the need for a legal review because they're really not asking for anything different.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. That related to the amendment that received no second. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
I have an additional motion to make with respect to notification, as Councillor Elliott mentioned earlier.
I'd like
Letter of response.
for us to invite Councillor Palm back in before we make any more motions, if possible. Perhaps we should give him the option.
So I will move. He can be a part of the conversation. I've sent it to our clerk. I move that council direct staff to prepare and circulate a response.
He's coming back.
Oh, okay.
No, it's another motion now.
Okay. Okay, I move that council direct staff to prepare and circulate a response to UBCIC, a letter to Tla'amin Nation, and a public statement, each of them on behalf of council and under mayor's signature, summarizing the motions passed tonight related to related to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I'm talking about, but I think it's clear.
Second by Councillor Almeida.
Through the chair, if you give Caitlin a second, she'll pop it up so you can see if it reflects what you want. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So I made the motion, correct?
Is that your motion?
Yeah, and before it may be a seconder, I'll just check with staff. Is that sufficient direction?
Through the chair, I believe that's enough for us to do what you asked. Thank you.
Second by Councillor Almeida. Any discussion?
Yeah, just to speak to it, not everyone follows our council meetings, and so it's important for people to know what we discussed and what we decided. And so by doing this, UBCIC will get a response, Tla'amin Nation will be informed, and the public can also be informed.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. As mentioned before, the letter is specifically addressed to our city, and I think that good manners and good process means that we should respond and write a letter of response. And so I'm in favor of the motion. The including or cease by CC or what have you, the Tla'amin Nation is only good manners, as they are the nation that is our neighbor, and and we live within the traditional territories of that nation. I think a public statement is also a good idea. We can release that so that all folks who are interested in our response to this letter, because all municipalities across the province have also received this through a CC and email, can see that public response to this letter. Thank you.
Any other comments? Call a question. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Maybe we can call Councillor Plum back in again. Thank you.
Question period, Chair.
So we are
13.
Questions? Questions? Mr. Galinsky is not here, so Mr. Urbain, come right up to the mic.
Mr. Galinsky online.
I know everybody's tired, so I'll keep this short. I'd like to thank you for passing fourth reading on my subdivision. There's still a few hurdles, and we've talked about them today, Jason and I, and I'm hoping in my question, because this is question period, and as my another developer in town, affordable housing is what I'm trying to bring in under $500,000. My clock is ticking because as a strata with 60 units, you have to propose and finalize the whole strata. So I've been spending money to put all that together, including the blueprints, everything I've gone out on the line. So I came in to put in my building permit, and I was informed you can't put a building permit in at this until the DP is approved. I don't think that's a bylaw. I think that's just policy. I'm not sure, and it's something to look into, but I'm hoping the council, and I ask council, could you direct staff to, I know we're looking at a special council meeting, I'm hoping, before, because there is a technicality of a 14-day waiting period. But I've already started and I'm moving forward, and I'm hemorrhaging about $14,000 a month now. Affordable dissipates the longer it keeps going. And so I'm urging council to try and streamline this through the rest of the way because we're over the hard part now. And so the question is, could you help staff maneuver through that? I know, Cindy, you've mentioned in the past that it'd be nice if we could do the DP at the same time as the subdivision. It is a risk, but if the developer is willing to take that risk, I've taken a huge risk by moving forward. So the blueprints actually would help council move through this process easier, because when you apply for the blueprints or when you apply for your building permit, you have to put in your civil drawings and they have to be stamped by the engineer, your structural, your geotech, and the subdivision plans. So all the plans are in there, elevations, positions of buildings, everything is there. So it's a really good way of getting a good look at everything at the same time. So I'm just asking if we could kind of streamline it over the next few weeks, because it's been a long summer to get to this point, and now we only have one meeting, I think, in September, October, and then we're into
Really
November,
good question
December.
for staff.
Pardon me?
Really good question for staff. Maybe
Right.
they could answer it.
So,
Okay, through the chair and through to our speaker, Mr. Urbane. This is a similar question that was posed to Jason Gao earlier. And in terms of procedural order, if we are to process a building permit before the development permit, that would require a change to the OCP. So the best and I think most expedited piece, and I think Mr. Urbane will appreciate that this was a late item. We were scrabbling to get all the documents to get you to this point on the rezoning today by the skin of our teeth. So one other thing is there are some pieces that you still need to do for the DP, and you can speak to Mr. Gao about that. And we have the option for council to consider, we have some other items and pretty heavy load coming up for the 10th agenda. We could look at having something sooner in terms of a special council meeting for you to consider if Mr. Urbane can work with Mr. Gao on getting the pieces for the DP, which unless an OCP amendment would just take quite a bit of time. So Mr. Urbane, you'll appreciate that we've really squeezed things to get you on the agenda for today. And I think there is ways if we can work with you to get the missing pieces of information to get that DP done. And see if council will consider a meeting between now and the 10th if we get those pieces in time. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Urbane. I do think getting things in place so that we can streamline as best as we can is a great idea. I think we do that through OCP planning and possible revisions to bylaws that might talk about that. And we aren't there, we don't have that in place just yet. What I would like to say is I think council would definitely be not opposed to having special council meetings when we need to in order to help you. And so that's what we can probably offer. And I'm speaking on behalf of my own thoughts on that. Not, of course, that wasn't a council decision. So.
There's a comment?
Through the chair, I'll also reflect on a comment from a prior developer when asked about the speed of our approval process. It is phenomenally faster than our other peers, despite limited resources. And as you know, even with some gaps in planning, we managed to do what we did today, and we will continue to be as fair and expedited as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Urbane, thank you for your question.
thank you.
We'll try to rush this.
Sorry for your evening. Yeah, thank you, Lisa.
We have a caller. And who is that Miss Budgell? Is that what I'm seeing on the screen?
That's Ms. Budgell.
Oh.
Hello?
Acting Corp.
And see
Right
if
ahead.
council will consider a meeting
Oh,
between now
that's
and the
right.
10th.
Okay.
Hello?
Thank you.
Hello. Who am I talking to?
Francis Widdowson.
Francis, welcome to our chamber. Your question, go right ahead.
Yes, I do. Do you want me to turn off the sound here? I don't quite know how this works.
No, well, I think we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
It'll help if she mutes the sound of the meeting so there's no back feedback.
Oh.
Okay. Yes. No, I just wasn't sure where we were at with the meeting. Anyway, as people know, I am a contributor to the book Grave Error, and therefore I am very, very concerned about council supporting this Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs resolution. I believe there are many defamatory statements that are made, and I'm particularly concerned about the statement that the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs Council categorically rejects any and all residential school racist denialism and ardent dissemination of racist misinformation.
Point of order, Chair, is there a question?
I'm just doing just like the previous speaker was given an opportunity to have a setup for the question. I should have the fairness to be able to have this set up for my question.
Continue, Francis. Thank you.
The ardent dissemination of racist misinformation put forward by the authors, which includes me, of Grave Error, how the media misled us and they left out, and the truth about the residential schools, and perpetuated by members of the public and elected officials. So, I have since all of these people, these councillors, have voted in favor of supporting this resolution. My question to them, assuming they have read the book, which they probably have not, what is the racist misinformation put forward by the authors of Grave Error, like myself? And how has this been perpetuated by members of the public and elected officials? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Is there anybody on council that wants to respond? Councillor Elliott, go right ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Widdowson, for your question, and I understand your concern. The supporting of the resolution is supporting what the asks are for the therefores, whereas there's preamble and background that explains where a person's perspective is coming from, and I accept the perspective of the people who put forward where they're coming from is their perspective. The therefore we are resolved part of it is the asks, and I support those asks, and that's what our resolution says. So that's my answer to your question. Thank you.
Could I have a follow-up question?
Yes, go right ahead.
So, since this is what is being put, it is going to cause confusion if councillors support this resolution, because people won't know that they are not supporting the preamble. Do councillors agree with this statement that there is racist misinformation put forward by the authors of Grave Error, such as myself, and that it has been perpetuated by members of the public and elected officials?
You have a question from Francis? Anybody want to tackle that one? Councillor Elliott.
So for me, Councillor Elliott here, the idea that you need to agree or disagree with where somebody's coming from, the truth of where they're coming from, is part of the problem. There isn't a societal or a group requirement to agree with someone's story. We respect that their story is their truth and where they're coming from. and we move forward to how do we want to move forward. And so your question goes to the heart of what the issue is. It's the questioning of people's stories that is the problem. You don't
Could I have
need to
another-
question, you don't, excuse me, you don't need to question someone's story and what they tell you their truth is in order to get to the part, well, okay, that hurts, I get it. And I don't need to know all the details nor agree with every single cross T or I. The point is that was horrible. It wasn't good, and we need to do something different. We need to reconcile in our society a way forward that is less hurtful and better for all. And focusing on whether somebody's story is absolutely to the letter correct or not is harmful, and I won't do it. Thank you.
Could I have another follow-up?
Sure. Yes, go right ahead before we get to Councillor Southcott.
Do you think that people should accept stories that are false and defame people?
I think my answer stands.
Okay, and next we have Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak because I introduced this motion. And I want to simply return to the reason I did, and that was to point to listening as a way to get past the divisions that we experience in our community. And when I say our community, I am including all of us of European and whatever other descent, and also the Indigenous people of this area, because that's what I consider our community to be. What's important to me is that we find our way back to working together. And the way that I have experienced most effectively that to be is listening to each other. And that simply means, without repeating what Councillor Elliott said, I essentially agree with her point of view, but it's about listening. We have to get past feeling offended or etc. The reactions that we feel, if we can take a step past that because of being large and generous people. And that is what I am hoping for in our community. And that is why I presented this resolution. Thank you.
Could I have a follow-up?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So I have listened to this resolution that has been put forward by the Union of British Columbia and Indian Chiefs. This is the comments that are made are defamatory and falsely accuse members of the Canadian public of racism. Do you think that people should have to be defamed by racist accusations without any evidence being put forward to support it?
Anybody want to respond?
I'm sorry, I don't know why that's a question. The results of residential schools speaks for itself. I think you're saying no evidence is quite contrary to all of the evidence before us in the history of Canada. I don't know. I can't respond because I don't understand your perspective. I can't see why you would say the things you're saying, because for me, it's incredibly obvious that racist stuff happened through residential schools. It hurt people. My own family doesn't speak their own language anymore. And the results of all of the things that have happened add up to racism. So whether an individual act or a conglomeration of snowballing acts landed us here, the result is racist. It was racist to the Indigenous peoples of Canada, the process that we went through. And so I'm sorry, I don't know why that's a question.
Well, maybe I can have a follow-up to explain it to you. What I'm talking about is not racism that was perpetuated in the residential schools or by Joseph Trutch or whomever. What I'm referring to is the comment by the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs that there was racist residential school denialism and racist misinformation put forward by the authors of grave error. The Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs has provided no evidence of there being racist misinformation put forward by the authors of grave error. Does Councillor Southcott think that people like myself and other contributors, the distinguished contributors of grave error, should have to put up with defamation without any evidence being provided?
I can answer that. There's a distinction between misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation may be unintentional. Disinformation is intentional. I'm referring to, and I take that as an answer to your question, because perhaps greater insight will demonstrate the difference relative to your work and the others who contributed to that book.
Could I have a follow-up?
Yes, go right ahead.
Point of order, Chair.
Chair, we've got other people
Yes, I
lined
know.
up to ask
I know.
questions, and the
We have
questioner
one more question.
has asked many questions
Let
already.
the speaker finish. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. Widdowson.
Since I've been defamed by these whole processes that are going on, I think I can have a bit of latitude given to me. Mr. Southcott, what is the racist misinformation that is put forward by the authors of grave error?
I'm not prepared to answer that question. I answered your question already.
Okay, Ms. Widdowson, we're going to conclude the questions from you for tonight. Appreciate you tuning in, and we'll move along to the next question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Moffat. I'm a resident of the city. These are somatic practices to move energy out of your body.
Anybody got any Kleenex in the room?
This is meant to be a quick question, but unfortunately the previous speaker was quite upsetting. Councillor Palm, you mentioned that the mayor had suggested to Councillor Southcott to reconsider not bringing this forward today. And you mentioned that the mayor would prefer that there was work with a facilitator. There was somebody in our community this week who is posing as a facilitator who has no experience as one. And there's a member of this community who has longstanding experience as a facilitator who's been asking to help. And the question is just for you to clarify who you were speaking about as a facilitator.
Wish I could give you the person's name, but she presented in here some time ago about her work and what she does.
The living room conversations. You're speaking about Kate
And I
Sutherland.
can't remember her name. I'm sorry.
Kate Sutherland. Thank you.
Yes, that's who it was.
Councillor Palm.
Yes.
Question that the speaker has just brought up brings up a comment I was going to make at the time when you were commenting on a solution that the mayor had. And
It wasn't a solution.
my memory,
Was it just a request?
my memory of the request was that the mayor was requesting, I heard it from you, of Councillor Southcott to get together and see if they could resolve their differences in a private conversation. And
Hopefully I can help you a little bit. What I understand he was proposing was having the facilitator join him, and I'm not sure who else he was intending to bring from council, and join the Agius and whoever he was going to bring to the table to have a discussion. That's what it was about, and that's what I heard. So I can't give you any more than that. All I know, it was a request.
I make my point.
Go right ahead.
My point was, in my view, the reason the motion was on the table to support the Truth and Recreation conciliation and the motion from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs was that the constituents in the community that I talked to were demanding of me that I take a position on this because of the presentations that had come to Kamloops or to council. That is not something that can be resolved in a private conversation between 2 or 4 or a number of people. That's something that this council needed to declare and has declared to the community, to the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and that we will be declaring next week at the Union of British Columbia Municipalities, where we now can say this is the policy of the city of Powell River. And I'm happy we've done that. I think we've done the right thing. And I don't think it's something to be resolved quietly as an argument between 2 different members of council. It's an issue between council and the community. And I think we've done the right thing.
Sorry, Councillor, I just want to clarify, it was not intended to be any type of argument. It was a discussion. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. And I just have to say that in terms of reconciliation, that comes from public to public, not through government to government. True reconciliation is about communication, people talking to people. I'll leave it at that. Now, let's move on to tonight's agenda to the motion to go into a closed meeting.
Another person sneaking up.
Oh, we have another question.
Sneaking up to the microphone.
It won't be more than 20 minutes, I don't think.
Oh.
Mark Hassett, I'm a resident of Powell River. I got 2 things I would like to talk about. Stephen Miller's project on the waterfront down there on the park. That's our industrial land, and not knowing what's happening with the taxes in the mill site. If we lose the mill site, we're definitely going to have to develop them because we know what our financial needs are right now. Never mind with turning that into park, whether it goes into industrial or into heavy development of some kind to create taxes. I do believe that's what's needed there. But the other thing is, it's not service land. Them water lots, to my knowledge, are not serviced. Them water lots have water access. Back in the day, I don't think there was any of you in the seats when that came through council back in the day when that was all divided up. That has water access. It's not, I don't even know if they're legally subdivided yet. So what I would like to say is, if you're going to even consider the park issue, what's the cost the city may have to bear to put a road in for them lots? Because in the day, when the top got developed, the road was going to get built. And that's what was going to be used to build the road. So just a thought. I'm not against parks, but the rest of all the waterfront right through the marine is already a park. I don't think we need any more on the waterfront. And the other thing, when I was listening to the council or the directors meeting at the regional district, maybe you could clarify. The city said their cost for the recycle was $45 million. That's what I'm sure I heard. And I'm wondering if theirs is going to be 45 million. What is the city's portion of that going to be?
Councillor Paul.
Yes, Councillor.
Couple of answers for you.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Miller's proposal is for the old golf course lands.
Correct.
That are generally above the road and above the sewage treatment plant.
Correct.
And ending at Wellington Beach Park and going back to the parking lot that hasn't been property of the mill for some time. It does not include the waterfront industrial lands. Those are all separate, have separate uses, and his proposal doesn't talk about changing those.
No, that is correct, but they are not serviced them lands right now.
I'm correct. That's what his presentation says.
Yeah, the golf course lands, that's the top side of the road that goes down behind them businesses on the front, on the waterfront. He would come down to that road. Anyways, it's just a thought. It's just a comment because I remember it back in the day when that was done.
Okay.
And I don't think there was any of you in the chair in the time. I might be wrong.
I just wanted to clarify that there's no waterfront lots on the property he's talking about. And the current waterfront industrial lots in his plan would stay the same as they are.
Correct, they will, but they'll have to be serviced. And that's where the cost is going
They don't have to be serviced any more than they are right now.
Okay.
So that, that's my position. If you want to know the answer, there is this report in the finance committee of the regional district from last week that goes into great detail of the resource recovery center. You can find that online. I was actually looking at the minutes online for the regional district. They're really easy to find. You can see when our next meeting for the regional district is. I encourage you to come down and ask the questions of all the financial staff that are there and can give you the answers at that meeting. I don't bring all the regional district files to these meetings because this is a council meeting.
Correct.
Different group.
But it's a report from the municipal directors of the Cassette region, just regional district. I thought you would have had them numbers with you tonight, but maybe not. I guess not.
I'll clarify again. As Councillor Elliott said, what we report on is decisions that have been made by the regional district. Those are made at board meetings, not finance committee meetings. Items go from the finance committee, and then when they're through the finance committee, then they go to the board, and the board decides how to do it. And voting is different at the board than it is at the committees.
To me, it's regional district, I guess, but.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify my point of view.
So does that mean then you pick and choose the meetings you want to bring back stuff from?
Pardon me?
So you only bring back stuff from certain meetings, and what happens at the other meetings you don't bring back?
The board meetings. The boards are where decisions are made.
Yeah, so would this have been at a board meeting? No.
No.
Will it be ever at a board meeting?
I think it probably will. That's usually how it goes. If a committee refers something to the board, it goes to a board meeting.
But would stuff like this get reported back to the board meeting?
Usually.
Usually.
Yeah.
So you'll have it for me next time then when we
if it comes up at the board meeting, yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah. And then I was wondering what the cost. Would you happen to have the cost to the city yet? Probably not, or do you? You don't want to answer it?
Through the chair. Through the chair, could you expand on which cost you're looking for, Mr. Hassett?
All the cost that the city is going to be responsible for, the water line, the intersection at the top of the hill, and the cost for the building of the recycle site.
Through the chair, I can speak to the two initial costs because those are city costs. Council directed staff to complete those two capital projects because it's on city land. So the road, the access road was 50-50 share with Cathett Regional District, and our share, half of it was 928,000. And then the water main, which was required in order to have proper water flows for things such as fires, was 736,000. The cost of the facility itself and the operation of it is business of the Cathett Regional District and not information that staff at the City of Powell River have. They, of course, requisition us annually for the costs, but that would be a discussion point with their staff should you like more detail on their operation.
Okay. And one other question, if I could. Did they, at the meeting, say it was going to be a $5 million a year operation budget to keep that afloat? That's what I thought I heard on that one too.
I don't memorize every number that comes up. I don't.
Maybe
at a
Cindy's got
meeting,
it on
so
her
I would
computer.
suggest, I'm suggesting again, you can get the entire report to the Cassette Regional District Finance Committee on the Cassette Regional District website, read through it, see what the Finance Committee was told, and then you can wait and see what happens when it goes to the board.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry it took so long. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Hassett. Seeing no other questions, we will call for the motion to go in camera.
I move that council move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under sections 90, Part 1K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at the preliminary stages and that in the view of council could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. And M, a matter that under another enactment is such that the public may be excluded from the meeting, and section 90 part 2 be the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the municipality and a provincial government or the federal government or both, or between a provincial government or the federal government or both and a third party.
Moved by Councillor Isakson, seconded by Councillor Southcott. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, let's